Hello, everyone out there. It's good to have you on again today. We are starting a bit late. Sorry. For those of us who have been in production for long, it's always you never get over the butterflies and trying to prepare and make sure that all things are going in the proper way. Today we are going to start rather on a very unusual way. We're going to just be everywhere, but at the end of the day, you will understand where we're going. My name is KJ, and I'm sitting in for Dr. Rudolph, and welcome to 90 Minutes Africa.
Out of power. That was led by Buhari. Today, August 5, we have come to remind the whole country that a revolution is necessary and imminent, and that nothing can stop that revolution. Not all these zombies behind us. When the people are ready, barbed wire will not stop us.
Yes,
the police will even join, the army will join.
yes,
But we have a number of demands that we must reiterate here. And they include that Nigerian workers must be paid 500,000 naira per month as their minimum wage. We have also asked that they release Nnamdi Kanu from unjust and unlawful detention.
yes,
That they discontinue all forms of trial, whether it's cyber crime, treason trials against activists and Nigerians who are raising up their voice against bad governance in this country. Most importantly, to announce that Tinubu's tenure is over.
yes.
Tinubu must
Go!
Tinubu must
Go!
We have our colleagues in Lagos, in Ibadan, Port Harcourt, and different places who are also taking action today. This is just the beginning of a series of action that will be taken, and we urge you, wherever you may be, Nigerians, to join us to bring about a new era and a new order in this country.
Yes,
We are tired of hunger, starvation, corruption, and
that's what we're
incompetence.
fighting for.
And we are ready and willing
Yes, yes.
to liberate
For
our
fun.
country, regardless of what the bozos are doing at the back. They can't save Tinubu.
Now, no, they're old
They
men.
can't. And they know it.
What man receive
Yeah. Tinubu's response to Shore's assertion is that hunger is older than him. Hunger have been in the world before Tinubu was born, and so also is certificate forgery. So also is 419 GPT. So also is corruption and looting. So also is operation by trick, OBT. So all these things have been in the world before Tinubu was born, and definitely will continue after Tinubu stopped being president of Nigeria. So what cares me? What is his offense here? He met hunger when he came. He met certificate forgery when he came. Not being the first person who forged the certificate. Now it has become a culture. National Assembly have approved that you can be a politician in Nigeria with a forged certificate and nobody can take you to court. So what's he saying in essence? He's saying that anyhow you do them, We dey here the look now. Anyway, when I like Mokuna carry and go, we dey here the look now. And so is it a tragedy, or is it something that is coming, it's become a tradition, and that's what we're going to discuss today. Is politics really a game where anything goes? Is it, what we say in one English palace, the end justifies the means. It doesn't matter how you get there. What you have done is you have got there. If you're one of those who used to watch TV in the 80s, there used to be a group of wrestlers called the Love Brothers. And they're saying this, they used to say those days, really never left my thoughts. Whenever they come to wrestle, they always cheat. And when they cheat to win, and at the end of the day, when they are interviewing, then they say people don't ask you, how did you lose? They don't ask you, how did you fail? They ask you, who won? And so if you cannot win honestly, you cheat. Is that where we are today with the political situations in our country, where the president sitting over the governance of 230 million people will say, I will wrestle them to the end, and nobody can prevent me from doing that? Is that where we are today? Political defections, shifting alliances, broken promises, power struggle, tribal and religious politics, corruption, and growing loss of public trust. Where do we draw the line? This is where we are today in Nigeria. This is a new we're going to be looking at this in a more lighter, as we go into the months. We'll take more into just discussing one topic or the other and give it a really good push. And please come to engage. Come, above. Let's scrutinize everything going on in Nigeria, in politics, without rancor, without being, unnecessarily biased towards one party or the other. But even if you want to be, please come with open mind so that we can really talk about it. Now, one of the things also becoming a tradition in Nigeria is what they're going to see next. We are raising a nation of beggars, where the young men have been reduced to a point where we only see people begging because, again, some will say you can't blame them because there's no work. There's not meaningful engagement for the young people and their numerous talents or numerous strength. The Bible says that the strength of the youth is the wisdom of using his strength. And the strength with the youth carry, nobody has been able to, or no government so far in this government or the last 12 years, 10 years, have they been able to engage these people meaningfully. I'm not saying now, before some boundaries to come and begin to blame me. I'm not saying that Tinubu introduced on youths that are employed, on unemployable youths. I'm saying that it has become exacerbated since the government came in. But even at that, it's now being done brazenly, where if you do not succumb, you face some consequence.
This is Lagos, but not the Lagos we grew up in.
Anyways, look, see, they are hitting like that. They want to break my glass. Rocket you, my bro. Stop, now be this. Why they drag this thing? Leave this place. I don't want to go to Korodu. So we can go and do something else, please.
Despite its success and rapid development, the city is gradually changing into a heaven for street touts and thugs.
Fella, we know we don't get money. For you, the buy motor may worth 200 million. If we don't like you, no post, you no go far. There's no celebrity where they show color. Bella. As they give them, they're supposed to give us.
There are thugs almost everywhere, even in places like Lekki, an area you would expect to be one of the most secure and expensive parts of Lagos.
Una they say celebrities for this side.
Well. They come bisa, come do something now. Yeah. Now we get the location about me. Many of them they did this work. It's Daniel, Fat the bad guy. Ewa, Yomi Kashu, senior brother. It's a savage.
A lot of factors have contributed to the rise of this kind of rascality in Lagos. While VIPs and wealthy individuals are often targeted by these street guys, they may also be contributing to the problem sometimes without realizing it.
When just pay me 10K for shit. What can I just help me pray for DJ Tunes? I mean even collect and cash. 200,000. Sati they press money. Brazil don't press me. Sati I just give her for shit. Sati don't press me 50K before line no good.
The number of car spotters has increased drastically, with social media constantly showing videos of popular people handing out cash gifts to them. What may have started as a simple gesture has gradually become an incentive. Some people have even built their names online, followed by repeatedly begging wealthy individuals for money. When begging becomes a source of income and the rewards are constantly displayed online, it can create a circle where more people are encouraged to chase the same lifestyle.
My name is Dayo Keshiro, popularly known as the most popular beggar in this Nigeria. You may know me and you may not know me, but this morning I'm here to beg you.
Some boys carry stone, they threaten Pella, say they go Stone in motor.
In street boys, before they see your motor, throw you stone. They don't know the type of your person you are. Now so you can't do show, carry one range over.
Who be that?
Yeah, fella, with that girl, as you go come on money, the 200 they no reach 10. Fella, we no really tell say no get money. For you make the buy motor make what 200 million. See, as they give him, he's supposed to give us. But him, he don't want to give us. Why?
Man, but them no celebrity wey dey here, they show color.
Who be the celebrities wey dey see here?
Bella Smuda, Dangbana, he color well, Bella, they pass here.
What do you mean say color?
Oh no, they pass well, Bella be saying I'm gonna go west.
What be color now? Explain.
As in, you know they like to survive, you know they show love.
Yeah, strong.
You dey comfortable, you not dey comfortable, you not dey good. I be not understand. Mama, they panic me. Oh.
Make I tell you that Ola of Lagos. I will tell you when Ola is doing cleaner. Near pack me in a quarter, no be mad. Ola, I know Ola na my guy. But Ola get Lambo, he see us for a quarter about the last 2 years. Push it us. Don't forget saying all those kinds of things.
See my car? Traffic robbers. I'm declaring war. All those unexplainable people are around traffic. I don't care who you are, either beggar or any age. This is what you guys did to me yesterday.
Celebrities and VIPs have increasingly become targets, but it is not just about celebrities. For filmmakers and journalists, the situation can be even more difficult. Simply bringing out a camera in certain areas can attract the attention of street thugs who may confront you, demand money, or even try to stop you from filming. A journalist was reportedly slapped while simply doing a job.
Popularly known as Agberos, who allegedly demand money, intimidate commuters, journalists, and commercial drivers, and often resort to violence when challenged.
I experienced this myself a few months ago. They nearly robbed off my drone. This raises a big question. How did Lagos get to a point where simply filming can make you a target? So far, change has started to happen. I went to Osapa, London to see if I could find any of the thugs operating on the streets, but surprisingly, the residents had already taken matters into their own hands.
For the very first time in Osapa, London, we came here and we filmed without any problems. As you can see, there's no street boys on the road and there are no traders disrupting this place. I hope this can last for a very long time.
They call us that we come and be chasing all these people that used to beg money. Because they used to mess this place up well. So maybe motor car was going, they will rush after him. After we wanted to give them money, they will be robbing themselves.
So now Osapa, London needs to happen now, or now for the whole of this Lekki's axis now happen?
I only know here, this Osapa.
I hope the government can find a lasting solution to this problem and begin to heal the streets of Lagos from the growing pandemic. Perhaps we can bring back the Lagos we once knew, where people can work, succeed and enjoy what they have without constantly looking over their shoulders.
Thank you, Kizito Kid. That video is courtesy of Kizito Kid. We want to give a shout out to you for well documented street VOP in Lagos. That is the situation that we find ourselves, gentlemen and ladies. A nation where even though many are wealthy, but many more are hungry. And even the wealthy are now afraid to drive or to use their wealth openly. And that's what we see in Lagos. So we are going to look at this extensively because many years ago, a Nigerian politician called Aminu Kanu said this: those poor people, the children of the poor that you don't train will become the problem of your wealthy children tomorrow. I'm just paraphrasing that. So if we continue this way, maybe in a time to come, we may not have a nation, because these are able-bodied men who are supposed to be doing something for themselves, but they find out that their youths and their youthful days are being spent on the street looking for what to eat and how to be able to organize themselves, even to become a man. You can't be a man if you can't even organize to eat 3 square meal, or even eat 2 square meal, or even eat a good meal. Even if you are going to eat a meal, it will be 1 meal per day, but it should be a good meal. Well, that's part of what is going on. The other thing that's going on, which the Nigerian media, because of what they've been saying about this, have refused to carry, is the story of Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa, who is the self-acclaimed Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic, in exile, was in court for the last better side part of last week, and he had a good standing and good show, and he was fully represented by both foreign and lawyers from Finland. And we will, if we can, we will play some of those videos. But if not, someone himself was in good spirit. I particularly enjoyed seeing that he's still in good spirit and he's not perturbed by whatever is going on, because lies can only last for a particular period, but it could never last forever. And so here is Simon Ekpa stepping out of the appeal court, and then the police, being what they are in a civilized nation where human beings are treated above animals, gave him the opportunity to meet with his people. And this is what happened.
Thank you.
And they will know that the wrong. I'm very confident that the truth is going to come out. And they will know that the wrong person has been in prison. Nigeria government are the one responsible for the killing of our people, and they should be held responsible for that. I am here because of the life of my people, and we are not giving up.
Okay, that is Mazi Simon Ekpa, who said that he's still holding very strong to what he believes, which is that the people that are responsible for the carnage going on in Igbo land is the Nigerian government. And so far, the case has been on. The real trial will start next week, and we on this end will be looking out for following the development, and we'll bring you a blow to account of how to go. I just want to let you know, for those of you who like the story of politics and how it's going to be played, we will be covering political sections in this platform. And if you want to support us, it's also good that Rudolph, we're willing to send people to be on ground who will cover day-to-day events as the time begins to roll out. The electionary campaign begins to roll out, so that we all can be abreast what's going on, how whether we lose or whether the situation is augmented or not, you will be first to know. Okay, having said that, there have been a very serious trend going on. I don't know how many of you who may have heard it. There is a new law in Sokoto State that determines how you live your life and how you play life in Sokoto State. Let's hear from this guy who has been following the development.
Good day, and thank you for staying with me. Thank you for joining me. Okay, today I just want to bring us one particular thing that is going on in Sokoto State. So come closer, let's discuss about it. As it stands now, Hisbah bans in Sokoto. What is Hisbah? Hisbah in Muslim or in Islam means promoting what is right and discouraging what is wrong. That is just in a nutshell, that is Hisbah. So there is Hisbah ban in Sokoto as I'm talking to you now, and it is taking immediate effect. What are the bans? There is no DJs anymore. There is no marriage gifts anymore. No mixed gathering, like the men and the women will not gather in one place again in Sokoto State. And it is taking immediate effect. I just want us to understand it now. There is no marriage gift anymore, no DJs, that is, no parties anymore. So whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian, you need to abide by Sharia law. Nigeria is the only country where you have two different laws running concurrently. Why am I saying this? Now, my earlier video, I told us about the Islamization and all that. It is not a fluke. It is not a joke. If you think I'm telling you all these things just for saying sake, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time if you don't think that it is time for us to do the right thing in Nigeria. If we don't think that it is high time, the majority will tell the minority enough is enough. In my earlier video, I told you guys that Tinubu and APC do not have the monopoly of violence.
Okay, that is the situation. The situation we find ourselves right away in Sokoto State. But to make it look as if it's been actually accepted, a Malam came out to say this concept.
Musulunci in kira jama'a ku taho mu Muslim. Na sani cewa kafirai na jin zafin wannan kalma, to amma ba akwai kiristoci ba, ba akwai yahudawa ba, ba akwai masu bautar magiro ba. Ni musulmi mai wa'azin musulunci da na ce muslim mai na taba nasu. Na hana kirishin ya faɗa ne, na hana magiro ya faɗa ne, na hana ɗan tantalmace ya faɗa ne, amma ni a matsayina musulmi, muslim, sha'a man sha'a au aba. Amma wani zai ce ai to demokradiya ne, ai akwai suwa ne, ba sa sallah, ba ai kai ne wakilinsu. To mu muna sallah, muna azumi, kuma demokradiya kun ce majority carry the vote.
There you go, gentlemen and ladies. Muslim ticket has come to stay, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. That brings us into a major discussion for today. Some time ago, the archbishops, the bishops of the Catholic Church went to the president to let him know that the suffering in the land is great. And they are not falling out of the blues to do this. If you are a Christian like myself, you will have known that at the death of Solomon, the elders of Israel gathered and went to his son and said to him, "Your father was so hard on us when he was king. Now that he's gone, we served him faithfully, he's gone. We also want to serve you faithfully, but reduce the level of suffering for the people so that we can be able to go along with your government." But his very young friends who felt that they are more intelligent than the elders said to him, "Why should you reduce the suffering? Tell them that you increase it. Even the one your father did, you will double it." And that's the answer he gave the elders of Israel. And of course, that was the end of that republic. Is that what we are witnessing also at this time? Well, the bishops went to him and said to him, "This is the situation we find ourselves." And I want to put it on record. I'm not a Catholic, but the Catholic bishops, especially the Catholic bishops, do not speak only for Catholics. They speak for people who are Catholics and non-Catholics. They don't represent any political party. They are always there. In fact, these bishops, if any of you remember Archbishop Okoje, Lagos, the Bishop of Lagos, he was one person who stood and spoke clearly on when the military was still in government. And those of us who know the story of Archbishop Onaikon, we know that the man has always stood to speak the way it is. I had the opportunity of interviewing him once or twice, and we became kind of friends, And he asked me, "Are you a Catholic?" And I said, "My Lord, I'm not a Catholic. I used to be." So he said, "Oh. What should we do to bring you back? Because we want some of you to come back." And I said to him, "What did we do to you? Tell me." So I said to him, "Archbishop, if I tell you why I left, you said you leave." And he laughed. This is what you cannot tell other bishops. They probably cost you to your death. He laughed and said, "Really? Oh, no, I'm not going to leave. I will only hear it and then we'll find a way out around it." And since that, whenever he sees me, remembers me and calls me my friend. Now, that is the man. You see, he is not as dogged as people want to paint him. He is a very nice bishop. At least I used to be a Catholic, I can say that much. So when he spoke on television after the meeting of the Archbishop, it wasn't because he intended to speak on behalf of anybody. Remember, this same Archbishop or Nikon fought Abacha and all the regime and spoke eloquently and clearly on the position of the Nigerian people, whether you like it or not. And we'll have some of those videos just in case those of you want to argue about that. But he spoke, and that his statement brought a lot of criticism from both sides. I want to hear both sides before we go on this.
Position of Mr. President came very clearly in that statement that he made. In politics, all is fair. Is that true? If that is what politics is, that in politics everything can be done, provided you win election.
Well, clearly that's not correct.
That is not
correct. If that is what was said, then it is certainly not correct.
That is not.
We heard it. There is propriety in everything, and there ought to.
And that is what we are worried about. We are worried about the fact that we see clearly that our government is bent on winning by all means. And unfortunately, they have a lot of means at their disposal to win. And they are deploying all those means in a way that eventually, even if we had a free and fair election, the votes of the people may not count. But we gave two warnings.
Right.
We gave two warnings. The one you mentioned. I'm trying to remember now. But the second one is that if we do not rearrange our election system to make sure the elections are really free, fair, and credible, it can lead to difficulties.
Right. I mean, you talked about the dominance of a one-party state.
Okay, yes.
And then
we want that the country doesn't gain anything by a one-party state in a so-called democracy. There's nothing. Of course, we are not expecting Mr. President to help the opposition to defeat him. No. But the point we are raising is that even though the president has all the powers of incumbency, he is in the election, he is a candidate like any other. He is a candidate like any other. And that is why we call our electoral commission independent. Now, there are doubts in some quarters about how independent this electoral commission
But he talked about the electoral commission.
He said so.
He said it was independent.
He says so. But like we also said, words are not enough.
Okay, thank you to Arise News for that. And that is Archbishop Onaikon. And he spoke eloquently on what he said. And I doubt, we are all from communities. When the elders sit in the elders council, I'm not sure they are afraid of anybody. And that's what the Archbishop did, and telling the truth as it were. At that age, who are you supposed to be afraid of? The president? No, you can't fear anybody, because you have seen it all. And I think these bishops have seen it all. And just as we were, thinking about what the bishop have said and the response that the government gave, we had another group of people who organized themselves to counter what the bishop have said. Let's hear them.
We miss our father, Dairu Bauchi. a beloved father, a great leader. We just pray to Allah to give him al-Jannah of Firdaus. Thank you for the condolence. Thank you for what you are doing for Islam. The great work that Tijanians are doing for Islam across Africa as a whole. I respect that. And your followership in Nigeria is so huge. And thank you for keeping faith and keeping the way of Allah.
Okay. So whilst the bishop said this is not right, others came to congratulate him and give him an award for what he's doing. Gentlemen, the table is set. And only God will help us to know where we're going. But it's not every member of this group that agrees with what he has done. So let's all try to balance the situation before I go to my next video. And in fact, I'll be rounding up very soon. Some individuals, both sides, the Bishop of Lagos came out to defend, who is also the chaplain of the Aso Villa, came out to say that the bishops are not speaking on behalf of all of them. We have the video somewhere. And we also have the man's record on what he said before this government came into place, what and how they are going to tell the government of Buhari the truth clear to their face. But today, that Archbishop, who now occupies a very vintage position in Aso Rock, is now speaking against his fellow bishops. However, there's a man also who was able to put his thoughts forward and to say, like, look, it does not matter on which part of the religion you are in, what the Archbishop has said is the truth. And he went on to emphasize on the topic on what I said earlier, that if an elder cannot tell the truth, who will tell the truth? And so he was able to bring himself, I like his contribution so that it doesn't look as if there are certain people who speak only the truth and the other side don't speak the truth. Here is what he said.
What the bishops did is the right thing for in this country. Nobody should go to the president because you are seeing Mr. President and start pretending as if there is no issue in the country. Right now, we are waiting for the Muslims. The Muslims, I'm a Muslim. We are waiting for the Sultan and all these top Muslim hierarchies to respond and just did exactly what the bishops have done. This is the right thing to do. We shouldn't be pretenders if we went to these top people. We are waiting for the Sultan to talk too, just the way the bishops do. I'm very, very impressed with Bishop, what is his name? I can't remember his name. Bishop Kagama. I'm very, very impressed. That is how to talk to leaders. Nobody should go there and start showing them that everything is okay, when nothing is okay in the country. We are feeling it. Everybody is feeling it. You cannot travel in the daytime. You cannot travel in the night. The plane is not safe. The car is not safe. Nothing is safe in this country. Where are we heading to? Where are we heading to? Look at Nigerians now. Anywhere we go in the country, they chase us away. Anywhere we go, South Africa, Ghana, even here in Togo, Benin, they will chase us. Are we that bad?
Okay, that question is for you and me, and for those of you who come to throw stones here. Anywhere we go, they chase us away. Meanwhile, we'll have more than enough. We should be like Southern African people, not leaving our country because we have more than enough. But leadership has kept us robbed of that opportunity to actually show, the rest of the world who we are. And so that sets the discussion for this evening or this afternoon, depending on where you are. And we'll roll the discussion right after this.
Nobody could have believed on this end that Abacha will not sit on that throne, remove Kake, and put Agbada as the president. During that time, all the political parties say that Abacha is the presidential candidate. Only GDM. And it is one man called MD Yusuf, a former inspector general of police from Burundi, That's the only person that said that he will never step down for Abacha. And you know why? He's a Kanuri. And Abacha is also a Kanuri. Even though Abacha is from Kanu, but he's a Kanuri by tribe. And that man, MD Yusuf, is from Medugri and he's a Kanuri. They know themselves. You know, they are warriors. Abacha knows that he can't fight him, even though he's a military president. That MD Yusuf is also a strong man.
Yes.
Everybody was waiting. Behold, that time it was, we were watching France 98. And France 98, we were preparing for the finals between France and Brazil. Before he knows it, the music changed on the radio. They said Abacha ate apple and died. Who gave him apple? I don't know. Where apple fall from? I don't know. But do you know what I know? God intervened. APC should be very careful. They should ask questions. Nobody has monopoly of anything. God is everything.
Okay, that is it. And so, APC, if you are hearing me, ask question. Ask question. It's good for us to ask question. On that faithful note, let us kick this discussion up. Okay, you are all welcome, and I see I have guests. Mr. James, you are welcome. Let's get you in real quick. All right, Mr. James, you're welcome. And the rest of the guys who are still there, I'm putting the link out there right now so that we all can connect. It's going to be a good ride. And please come with an open mind. And this is a platform where all views, all shares of views are welcome. We do not hold to any view. We have no personal or institutional, what do you call it now? We don't hold allegiance to anybody. So we're just free moral agents here. Mr. James, you're welcome. You've seen most of the videos and you also have seen the topic that advertised. The question we ask ourselves is all really fair in Nigeria, in politics, especially in Nigerian politics? Or is it just, the fact that we have refused to learn the right thing and bring ourselves into a place where we will do what is right for our people? What is your view on all that we have discussed? You may want to start from anybody, anywhere.
Yeah, you see, I remember when I was in Form 3 in high school, we read Macbeth by William Shakespeare, a play written by William Shakespeare. I think it was in Act 1, Scene 1, where the three witches met. When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain? When the holy ball is done, when the battle, Then at the end, I think they said in chorus, if I can remember clearly, fair is foul, and foul is fair. You got it? That is Act 1, Scene 1. Fair is foul, and foul is fair. In politics, what appears to be good could be bad, and what appears to be bad could be good. It depends on the number of factors. Like the meeting of the so-called president, Mr. Tinubu. Well, the religious men, they've spoken their mind. That is good enough because they have followers. They're also feeling the pinch, not directly, because their followers look up to them for a number of things, both spiritual and material guide. In order for them not to do what they are not expected to do, I won't use the word pester, they inconvenience them with all sorts of requests. I've not paid my child school fees, we've not eaten today, I cannot pay my rent, I have a lot of problems. And the bishops themselves are tired of saying they are tired. That could be one of the reasons why they went to have a word with him. Well, I remember the days of Shagari. Was it Shagari? Yes. The first election, 1979 to 1983, there was colossal corruption, crude oil theft, rice scandal, and quite a lot of things, to the extent that some of them were accused of trading with South Africa, a country we had no diplomatic ties with. behind the scene. Some ministers were living below expectation. Then at the end of the day, the 1983 election came, and it was criminally rigged. On October 1, 1979, they were sworn into office with the intention of serving up to 1987. But on December 31st, 1981, the government was toppled by Buhari. They spent only 3 months instead of another additional 4 years. So to end the whole show is that the hallmark for a radical change, which some people call revolution, is the hallmarks are apathy and decadence. Age-long decadence and apathy. They are the hallmarks for revolution. If you read European history, the French Revolution was just like that. They were so hungry in France, they went to meet the lady, the first lady, and told her, "We are hungry. We cannot even buy bread anymore. We can't afford it." The woman, because she was not in tune with development, out of ignorance, she said, "Well, if you cannot buy bread, why not try cake?" Not knowing that cake is more expensive than bread, but because they are both made of flour, she thought that cake, which is smaller in size, would be cheaper than bread. She was not in tune with development. Eventually, they were flushed out of power, and they paid for it with their lives. So the English people have a saying, "What goes up must come down." There's nothing we can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want people to know is that, just like we were discussing yesterday on this platform, there is no need for anybody to reveal the strategies they want to use to flush these non-entities out of office. Don't discuss it in public. Whatever you have in mind, go ahead and plan it and carry it out, provided it is not against the law. All the strategies you want to use, don't disclose it in public. As I was saying yesterday, disclosing it in public is tantamount to, I liken it to a slave plotting his escape in the presence of the slave master, which doesn't make sense. A lot of people are planning quite a lot of things, strategies and techniques to handle the election of next year, but to my surprise, they are discussing everything in public, not knowing that the followers of the government are also listening to public broadcasts. So whatever you plan in public, they have the money to do whatever you want to do. They have all the money in the world. So the only thing is that these things should be kept secret. I likened it yesterday to a military coup. When a coup is being hashed, when military officers are plotting a coup, it is terribly, it's a deep secret. Not until they execute it, they will never mention it to anybody outside their circle. That is how it should be. These people have already grabbed power. This is what South Africans call state capture. They've captured the country. For them to release it, they are prepared to die. They are prepared to go to bed with their mothers than to release the power they have at their disposal. So it's just a question of time. As I said, what goes up will surely come down. But we should not forget that fair is foul and foul is fair in politics.
Thank you so much. Mr. James, I want to ask a question. Welcome, Tony. Welcome. So can just give me 1 minute. Mr. James, I want to ask you. I read that book. I can only remember the 3 witches. How do you come up? How are you able to recall those things written inside that book and you quote them, verbatim? You have done that.
You know, I'm a teacher.
Okay. Okay. So is it because teaching? So okay. So let me want to say, because you teach, so you are reading through those things all the time. But if not, I read a lot of those books. I did Shakespeare and all that. I remember the 3 witches, but I cannot even remember any word at all. Except a two Brutus. That's all I still remember till today. A two Brutus. That's all.
That is what's it called?
That's Macbeth. Caesar.
No, that's Julius Caesar. A two Brutus. Even you, Brutus. When Brutus stabbed Caesar, his best friend,
Yes.
People were stabbing him. Really, he was not surprised. But when Brutus stabbed him, my best friend, Etu Brutus, even you, Brutus, stabbed me.
You guys are wrong. It's not Etu Brutus. You are quoting Shakespeare wrong. Etu Brute.
Okay.
No, excuse me.
Brutus or Etu Brute in Igbo language.
Etu Brute.
I'm not talking about I remember.
You're not quoting him wrongly. It's just a question of pronunciation. The way you pronounce words might not be the way I pronounce words, maybe because of my accent or whatever it is.
No, it's not English. It's not English. It's it's not English.
I
It's
read
Latin,
English
and it is not English. You're calling it is. Hold on now, brute. That's the pronunciation in Latin, and that's what is there. If you're quoting,
I assume you're Igbo. If I say one name, an Igbo man will know that I'm not an Igbo the way I pronounce it. When I say one name, although it is correct, it conveys the right idea, but the way I pronounce it because of my accent, an Igbo man will know that I'm not a native speaker of the language. So anyway,
that's not the point I'm trying to make. If you say and you too Brutus, that is a translation. If you read Julius Caesar, what you find there is heir to brute. That's what I'm just saying. They mean the same thing. But if you strictly, stricto sensu, if you want to follow what is in Julius Caesar by Shakespeare, what he says is heir to brute. Anyway, but it doesn't matter. It's just
whichever one it is, we have
now the same thing. Whether water pass Gary or Gary pass water, now the same thing.
Yes, so and that's in another play. One of the Yoruba writers, he say whether I carry rapper put for nyash or carry when I take rapper cover nyash or take nyash cover rapper cover na cover. I think that's one of those plays of those days when people see it, not like now that they are all in social media dancing to Pella's this thing. Anyway, let's go ahead so that nobody holds me, especially those who are still following Pella. All right, you are welcome, Mr. Tony, and welcome also Osikan. Change it because you see the same thing happened to me when I was growing up. I had an Igbo name that they couldn't.
No, the name is difficult to pronounce. I'm able to try because it resembles a Benin name. In Edo language, there's a name they call Osemihai. So that his name resembles that. That's why I'm able to struggle to pronounce it fairly correctly.
It's an Edo name now. You should be able to, Pa James.
It's an Ego name. I'm from Badagry in Lagos.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, KJ, greetings. So thank you for being the anchor today. Pa James Domo, oh yeah.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay.
So before we run with our major topic today, you saw some of the videos we played. What says thou? Because the president of Nigeria said that hunger had been here before he was born. So I'm also asking you guys, is that the same thing that she applied in the certificate forgery? Because certificate forgery have been there before.
KJ, let me greet my brother Simon Cole. How you doing, brother? KJ, and greetings viewers. Why you dey look for trouble now? Why are you looking for trouble?
I'm just asking because hunger have been here, so it's possible that is why he's doing other things also that have been there.
But truly, hunger has been there before he came.
Yes.
Yeah, but the point is that the reason why it is offensive
is certificate forgery.
Oh God!
It's armed robbery and before he came. So also is corruption and all that manipulation. Wayo GPT has been there before he came.
KJ,
that's what he's saying. That's what he implies.
You are not a good man, KJ. I'm telling you.
That's the question.
Okay, I'll try and answer.
KJ is pretending to be a bad man. KJ is pretending to be a bad man.
I'm only asking because you see, let me tell you something. Children learn from what their parents do most of the time. So I'm careful what I'm doing in my house and how I speak. Okay, I'll give an example. One day I was talking to my son. I said, lying is not good. So whatever you do, don't lie, even if you have to speak the truth and it's against you. And then he went and said, okay, that, and he went, and then he came back and said, no offense, but I have a question. And I said, okay, what's your question? He said, I said that lying is bad. I said, yes. So, and the people who lie will not get rewarded by God. I said, yes. He said, but sometimes lying is good. And I said, no, lying can never be good. And he said to me, but Rachel, what's that guy? That prostitute, Rahab. He said Rahab lied and saved the people from, say the God's people. That's not good lie. And I looked at him. I didn't almost have anything to say until I just said to him, you know, Rahab was not a Christian like you. So lying could have been pardoned him, but not for you to lie. Now, that is how children think about it. And when he left, I sat down. Even me as an adult, I have never thought about that. That someday somebody will come up and ask you and say, but Rahab lied. Why is that lie accepted? And the one I'm saying is not accepted. So that's how children think. That's how, when you see a leader say to you, you know what, hunger has been there. Why should I care about it if more people are getting hungry? After all, it will be there even when I leave. But what makes a great leader is your ability to change the situation you find on ground for the betterment of those you have come to lead. If not, there's no need for you to be there. Anyway, that's just my own. That's my own idea. So, but you guys are free to say what you want to say.
Well, KJ, yes, if you look at the context within which that statement was made, then you can pick holes with it. Yeah, but literally, if you just take it, yes, Nigerians are hungry. 140 million Nigerians under multi-dimensional poverty. Under multi-dimensional, it's not saying people who are poor. These ones are under multi-dimensional poverty, which means that if you are talking about those who are poor, probably more than that, because these are people who are under multi-dimensional, multi. So, but I think the problem with what the president said is the optics. People have come to present a problem to you, to say, listen, maybe you are not seeing what we're seeing. Maybe they are not telling you the truth. But this is the situation. We don't have wives. We don't have children. We are religious people. And collectively, you have bishops here representing all parts of Nigeria, cutting across ethnic groups and so on. And we have come to say, as we have always done, right from, if you like, Obasanjo, or even before that time, to say that there's a problem in the land. And we need you to look at these issues and that and that and that and that, so that you can do better, so that you can be properly guided. I don't see anything wrong with that, you know. But you see, if you go and see an old woman who is frail and is quarter to go, and you're talking about bones and bones, she's going to be angry with you, because you just feel that, you know, you are just slighting her. Because you know, at that stage, you know what you'll be seeing all the features of you know, all the you know, habiliments of old age and so on, telling on her. So if you are talking about this thing, you're infuriating her. She'll feel that, okay, you are mocking her or something. The president, for me, didn't handle that issue well. He didn't handle that issue well by saying, "Oh, listen, I mean, people have been hungry. Before I came, people were hungry, and therefore, you shouldn't even raise that kind of issue. And you are making no point." And then various other replies that he gave, that he's doing well, defending EFCC and, you know, all kinds of things. I think the president is the president of Nigeria, not the president of a section of the people. What I would expect, maybe he misspoke, but what I would expect is, even if you don't say anything, thank you for your visit. You know, you guys have always been proactive. You've always spoken. We have taken note of the things that you said, and I would respond to that. I would speak to the nation concerning, you know, in a few weeks or in a few days concerning the issue. But I've noted what you have said. Thank you. And then you go. That wasn't what we saw. The people who thought they were coming for, you know, to advise the president, as Nigerians who also feel the impact, who are close to the people, because these people are diocesan heads. And so they impact with the people. I mean, they interact with people. one-on-one. They see them, they feel them, they talk to them. Some of them come for all kinds of things, spiritual, physical needs, financial, needs, and they administer, they intervene. So they have an idea of what is going on. They are not as distant from the people as the president. So they come and they give you these views, and I think the president didn't handle it well. But thank God for Akume, who is also a Catholic, who came out to try to polish and to moderate the views and to say, the federal government is now going to interact with the Catholic Church, with to see what ways and all that. But that was after the damage had been done by Boala and his cliques, who saw this thing more in a very biased and narrow perspective, to say, they are speaking for Catholics, as if there are no Catholics in APC and other parties, as if the issues that they are interrogating are not issues that deal with every other Nigerian. Maybe it also or only affects Catholics. And I'm wondering if His Eminence John Cardinal Onaiko is from the southeast, is an Igbo person. I'm wondering what, it would have been hell. It would have been that, he's IPOB, he's obese person, is, in fact, they did allude to that. That is speaking because Obi is a Catholic. So I think they mishandled it.
Yeah, if there's
And I think it's most unfortunate.
If there's any Catholic bishop that I can, anytime I wake up, is Archbishop Onaikon. Very, very nice, detribalized Nigeria, and very, very nice guy. I mean, like I said, when I was in Abuja practicing, I had the opportunity of interviewing him twice. In his bishopry, what they call it now, nice guy. I mean, doesn't behave like the other bishop who carry themselves like he's just down to earth. So I find it a bit, really problematic when they speak that way. And I'm coming to you, Osikawan. Should politicians be required?
Welcome. Welcome. God, welcome. Sorry. For short.
Okay, now that you have been able to call the name on my behalf, let me just go ahead and ask a question. Should politicians crossing from one party to the other, or let me put it this way, should your political lineage now stop you from being able to realize truth and stick with the truth and deal with the truth, especially when it's coming from your citizens who are no card carrying member of any political party? The bishop don't carry any card in any case. So should your political lineage not allow you to hear the reality that's on ground in your country, in a place where you say you are governing over? Yes, go on.
Are you asking Ogatoni or myself?
I'm asking you.
Okay, myself. Okay. Ogatoni, I regards, Mr. James. I salute you, sir. Thank you, Mr. James. I appreciate your statesmanship yesterday. I couldn't hold it. I have to leave the panel yesterday, and sometimes, if I don't express myself, I don't feel good. KJ, thank you for hosting the show today. It was because I saw you. That's why I came here. And I believe that to build a community of people, we have to hear every side, both good and bad, and then have what we call a synthesis, a kind of a conglomerate of ideas that we can sieve out with the one that we are going to use and the one that we will discard. You see what I'm saying? But we cannot build a society where people are being bullied, people are being shut down, and being spit upon. I don't know her name, but her attitude yesterday was disgusting, despicable, and uncalled for. When we started, I don't know her from Adam, she doesn't know me, but calling me names after I left the show, that was detestable. I don't think any community of people should be talked down on that way. And this group of men that are families. No matter how you feel, don't carry your feelings to this show. We all have feelings. If you want to make Dr. Damage's show a hub of feelings, nobody can stay here. So thank you for hosting today. Thank you for being here. You've asked a very pivotal question that is based on truth. But then again, before I go to that, I would like to say that Tinubu seems to see everybody that doesn't align with his ideology as a competitor. But what he fails to understand is that the Catholic Church over history, more than 2,000 years now, have dealt with a lot of emperors, a lot of kings, monarchs, and a lot of people. So to say this without any form of ambiguity, Tinubu will leave this earth, the church will still be here. The church has seen the beginning and the end of so many emperors over time. So it's only a fool that will be fighting the Catholic Church. You see what I'm saying? That must be said. And I will say this again, unequivocally, that the Catholic Church is not a Kabu institution. You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand that the church, the Roman Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, every church that pays alliance to the universal church is not a facade of sycophany and psychophancy. So on Icon, even let us look at the pedigree of the characters involved in this old Holabalu. You see, there's this old African adage that says that when a monkey wears the crown, wears the crown, what happens? Then it becomes, the whole kingdom becomes a circus. Because, yeah, you play the clip, KJ, at the beginning of this show. It was Togri, the pandemic, the Armageddon of Togri in Lagos. The Armageddon of Togri in Lagos. Do you know what they called Jagaban when he was in Lagos? They call him Ogagbero. He's an Agbero guy. The rascality. So when you have the head of rascals on the apex or the upper echelon in the country, what do you expect? So it goes back to your question, KG, about the truth. What is the truth? The Latin man calls it veritas. Veritas. They will go further to call it a speculum. That is the objective reality. So when you look at the mirror shows you exactly who you are. KJ, look at the mirror, it tells you exactly who you are. So people don't like it. That is why they use filter. They use all sort of pancake, and women don't like truth. They have mirror, but don't like it. I'm sorry, the women on this chat, they don't like it. They use filter. So we have an administration that does not like to look at the mirror. And when you show them the reflection of a reality on ground, the speculum on ground, they have a disdain for it. I want to start by looking at the pedigree of these people involved. Onaiko is not a small fish in the ocean. It's a big fish. He was born 1944. Huh? So looking by his intellectual formation and his capacity, is anywhere he's standing as a man, some people cannot stand there. Is it by academics? And this is not me just talking. The facts are there. Is it by academics? This man is far more intellectually documented than Ahmed Tinubu. Let's look at the trajectory of this individual we're talking about. Onaiko went to St. Michael's Aliade, and he achieved distinction in school. In his WAEC. His WAEC is public. Distinction. Tinubu does not have a WAEC.
It was the best in northern Nigeria in his time.
Thank you, Ogatoni. You see, that's why lie is no good. If I was lying before, Ogatoni will not second. It was the best. KJ, show me your president's WAEC. Show me. What are the records? Before he left, I went to Bodija. Bodija is in Ibadan. I studied at the Dominican University in Samonda, Ibadan. I know my classmates. Bodija is along that side. Before you go to what's it called, Agbo Market, Bodija Market. It's along that line. SS Peter and Paul Seminary. That's where I studied. Before I moved from there, went to Rome to obtain licentiate in sacred scripture in Biblicum. Then I'm studying. You know what I'm saying? He then went further to have a doctorate in biblical theology, summa cum laude. meaning he was one of the upper class in his time in Pontifical urban Rome, and then he served as the rector of a seminary and was appointed a bishop at 38 before he rose to become a metropolitan archbishop of Abuja, and was elevated to the College of Cardinals of the Catholic Church by Pope Benedict XVI. So he has obtained the highest pedigree any intellectual within the Western with the Western Christendom could attain. So when the Kabu Bishop in Nasrok is talking, I just laugh. So Onaiko is not living a life of forged intellectual capacity or rigor. It's living a life of philosophical clarity, public duty, and a life that I call a life that is cultivated on phronesis. Like I say again, KJ, the church has a moral autonomy and moral obligation to say the truth. So when you look at Tinubu, for example, look at what INEC published the other day. Peter Obi's record were there. Tinubu, only one was there. He was missing. And the professor in Nigeria is the one heading that department. What did he say? He said it's not in the law. It's not mandatory. That is what happens. That is what happens. So when Tinubu says all is fine in politics, that hunger has always been there. So because killings has always been there in Nigeria, I can wait and allow KJ to be kidnapped and killed as a president, and I will keep quiet. So it is justified. That is the Tinubu logic here. Because hunger has been there. Because I met hunger there before I became president. But then going by its logic, deduction, we could assume here by the third premise that anything can go on. When you say all is fair in politics, it is catastrophic because there are so many implications there, KJ. You know, I can go on and on, but let me just summarize it. The first implication of LDA is that it suspends any moral constraints, and the truth, like you asked me, KJ, ceases to be an objective standard, and any community of people that the truth is not a lineage for them, like you use KJ, lineage. There's a problem there because they start acting in deception. And one thing that deception does to us as human beings, it gives us arrogance. You start seeing even the slightest advice and admonishment as competition. You see, so we are dealing with a rigorous Armageddon in Nigeria, a Luciferian attempt to turn this largest and most populous black nation to a shamble and a community of charlatans. Secondly, in a community that's all is fair in politics, there is an institutional decay. Because when we treat, politics affects our lives, KJ. It affects our lives. Politics is at the core of our existence. Because this is where politics are being made. Politics that will affect our generations to come and what our future will look like. So what a Latin man will say, it becomes a bellum omnum contra omnes. It becomes a war against all. Bellum omnum contra omnes. So what we are fighting, this is an institutional war that we have allowed to go. You see, I can't go is there. I wouldn't want to go all in.
Okay.
And to those saying that it's going to fight for Peter Obi, that is ridiculous to say.
Okay.
People think.
Thank you. Let me comment.
Thank you.
You see, I want to talk to those in the comment section, please. Like we say, today is 90 Minutes Africa. If you feel that you have a point that is different from what the speaker is saying, you are free. The link is online. Please, we'll give you enough time to come in and make your own contribution. But please avoid trying to, that you see, I hear this many times that the black people cannot speak without insulting each other. Let's learn to have a conversation without insulting nobody. If you have your view and it's different from what the person is canvassing, please come in and give your view. And don't avoid trying to insult. I beg you. And nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. We are 5 here. 5 of us don't have all the knowledge in the world. We just have 5 heads. There are many more heads out there than the ones we have here. So you may have a better understanding of the topic. Please, we are not saying we have all the knowledge. Come and give us your own so we all can share. Don't insult anybody. But if you feel like you must have to insult, then you can also excuse us. That would be much
Thank
better.
you, KJ. Again, like I'll just say this quickly. That we are in a nation where education is highly deprived of the people. They don't read. So they will come and tackle people. I don't blame many of them. The schools
Okay.
have been closed down. Let's go ahead.
Thank you. And Kolata, you're my friend. I can't be hiding your name. I don't want to call your name. It's not you. I'm just because you're not the only one making that kind of comment. I just made it generally. Okay. And then of course, OC, the other thing I want to say is, you see, every presenter has his or her own style. I like OC. I like Omoye. I mean, not because she's a fine lady, but she's fine, shall let's tell ourselves the truth. But because she also can assert herself in the position she wants. Every presenter is just like television. How everybody get their own style. That's her own style, and she's comfortable with it. So let's also give it to her. Yeah, she was a little bit hard on you guys, and she said the reason for it was she wanted to galvanize results, no longer talking, and that's okay. It doesn't take away from our platform. Our platform is have your say. You
Before
see it.
Marco Velestra, there was the Marcos Alonso.
Uzo. So that is where it is. Thank you so much for yesterday you acted maturely. So let's leave it and move on. Jagun. Until I got to know the meaning of the name, I don't play with it again. All right, good to see you. Welcome, Uzo.
Nice
Also,
to see you.
yeah,
KJ,
yes, sir.
as normal, you are doing a wonderful job, sir.
Thank you so much. And I know you are itching to go. So let me throw this out to you. First and foremost, there's this after the bishop made the bishop made the assertion, there was a gathering of Muslims, even from outside of Nigeria, who came to Tinubu to say, you are doing a good job, don't let anybody tell you. And he was happy about that. And even praised them for the work they are doing around Africa. Having said that, there was also a law that was passed in Sokoto State that will start immediately, whereby VJs can no longer go for an occasion. Men and women have to gather differently. And they're even saying it's going to affect the church. I don't know how that is going to be, that now churches have to separate. I don't want to say maybe the person explaining is over explaining, but it means that you can no longer travel in the same transport with the women. They both have to be separated. And that is to start with immediate effect in Sokoto. Now, put all that together, Mr. Jagun, and now come to the point where these people are saying Archbishop Onaikon and the Catholic bishops were speaking for Peter Obi. And like OC has said, the Catholic Church has existed long before, and have survived different centuries of terrible human beings. Is the Catholic Church afraid of Tinubu, or is it that Tinubu is afraid of which one? Which one is which one? Let's start from there. What do you make of all these things playing around Nigeria and leaving the real purpose of which government is supposed to be, which is the protection of life and property?
Thank you. Firstly, I extend my greetings, Uncle James. Wonderful to see you. Big Tone, excellent. Oseweka, without you, we don't know what's going on. I extend my greetings to Agu also. I must say, I'm not up to date with everything that's been said. I've been listening just before I came on, and I came on just to make sure that the show doesn't go down. I came to make representation. I listened yesterday as well, and I do again follow Osewekan's understanding of the way certain people do not give grace to free speech. And I'm afraid young madam, she's like that, or she's not able to handle free speech. But as you rightly say, she is a lady of some note, and we should give some respect to the ladies because they don't necessarily always come on. But, you know, as public speakers, we have to stand our ground and we have to call our own name, is what I would always say. So that notwithstanding, I'm not up to date with what's been going on politically or indeed religiously in that funny place called Nigeria. But in answer to your question at some level, you cannot have a state that has more than one law, practice of law. And I'm afraid Islam and the Islamic leaders of a country called Nigeria are pushing their luck. They have been pushing their luck since the beginning of Nigeria. And you know me already, I'm not one to just allow someone to bully me in my own space or to tell me that they have more of a right than I do. I would always speak against Islam because they speak against commonality of human capability, human rights, human understanding. Their book speaks against it, against what is human. I don't find their book very spirit-led. I find it extremely political. Extremely political. I find them as Muslims generally, and I don't want to speak badly about any individual because I love people, but as Muslims generally, I find that their approach is one of oppression, that they feel that they can speak and you have no right to speak. And for me, that in itself brings a violent reaction, a violent connotation. And I don't know why in Nigeria we allow it. I don't know why we allow it. I sometimes I would critique Yoruba people, but where I'm proud of us as Yorubas is that we kind of do allow speech to take place, especially amongst men. We allow speech to happen. We're not trying to. The intellect and the challenge of the intellect is what is at hand. Not that you will be using your chest to squash me into a certain place. You know, I'm listening and I don't have necessarily a lot to say on your question or indeed the subject at hand. And in my listening, again, for me, it is this fear of what Islam would say, as though Islam is the religion of all men, where it's not. The level of protectionism, the level of lying, the level of obfuscation that Islam promotes is too much. It's too much. And me, I can't handle it. I can't take it. And I would never allow it, not in my presence, that somebody or 10 people would be around me, and as I've had. And they will be all from a certain faith, and then they will be telling me how the world works, as though I don't have eyes and ears. I'm sorry that I'm not deep into your question, but I think I just wanted to touch on certain things that I always recognize, and it comes on time and time again. Earlier today, I was listening to one sheikh or the other who was saying that a Muslim ticket is the right way to go, that he would always support Tinubu because the Islamification of Nigeria and America, he added, is the justified, is the way to go forward. And anybody who's putting their money that way, that's where he is. Now, for me, that's not a thinking person. That's not a thinking person. And the fact that we can entertain these kind of unthinking ways of being, I reject it out of hand. I reject it. I'll wait for my turn again and see how I understand further what's been discussed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Jabu, many many of us, especially from the, many of us, even Christians and Muslims alike, don't think there is a systematic plan to Islamize Nigeria and indeed the whole of West Africa. I don't know if they act in ignorance or they can't see the handwriting on the wall. Can you speak to that? Is it that we are the ones who are, just being too afraid or what? Or is it that we are not seeing, or what we are seeing is
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand where you're coming from. And I would make mention of Ibrahim Traore. He was very clear in his speech, wonderful speech he gave on why Sharia law is not going to be a part of Burkina Faso. And he put his foot down, and he underlined the problems that it would bring to the table. So he said, whilst he's alive, whilst he's in charge, nothing like this is happening in this country. Why? Because there are other people who have other religions, and we are going to be governed by one law. And there is no way that Sharia from Saudi Arabia is going to be partnered with the law of the land. What we found is Muslims like himself began to admonish him, calling him anti-Islamic, calling him all kinds of names, which is what idiots always go to when they cannot argue anymore. You know me already. I'm one of insults. I will insult anybody, but that's not my program, because I can argue with anybody without insulting them once. I would insult them because I think their argument is rubbish. Now, I'm not boasting about insulting. I'm boasting about intellect. And intellect, if we are sharing intellect, then if we are intellectual at all, where we find that our argument is weaker than our opponent, we must give way. We must give way. That is what the argument is. That's what argument is all about. If my argument is superior to yours, you must give way if you're a reasonable individual. But we can see where there's no reason or rhyming from a certain aspect of the populations that we have. You cannot run a two-tier system government in any one nation. You cannot do that. I don't even know why Islamic people have to be told. The other day we have one idiot, I'm sorry about that, saying that Sharia is easy. Sharia is no problem. Sharia, what do you mean? What do you mean that Sharia is no problem? It's a big problem. And it's not to be used as any governing tool in a country called Nigeria. It's not. You practice your religion, fantastic. Whatever it is. I don't need to know about it. I don't need to be involved. I don't even need to hear that there's anything called Sharia. There is a program to Islamize West Africa. There is. Nigeria, being the big brother that we should be the first country to stamp it out. You know, if Nigeria really took its place and stopped this weakness that we stumble along with, a lot of the problems that we have in West Africa would not occur, because Nigeria is there and they say, no, none of this rubbish is taking place. But because, again, of our weakness and of our duplicity in communication, we invite this rot into our land. It's very sad. Very sad. They want to always compare themselves to Christian. I'm not a Christian, no. I'm not a Christian. And in my family, there are Muslims and there are Christians. So, you know, the way I come across, it's very difficult for any of these people to argue with me, because I'll take their book and take it apart. The way I see Christianity somehow still can give me a release, an understanding, an appreciation of the sanctity of human life. When it comes to Islam, it'd be like, say, You're only human if you're a Muslim. You're only human if you are praising Allah. You're only human if you are telling me that a warmonger like Muhammad is as pure in his mind as a figure like Christ. It's pathetic. Pathetic. How can you argue that position? You can't, but they do. Why? Because they're stupid. And I'm not entering into stupidity because of you. I'm not entering into that. I'm sorry, I speak bluntly. I know I do, but I wanna speak the truth. I want us to get to a point where truth is at the helm. You know, somebody like our brother James, who always underlines that I prefer to be an atheist. You know, the fact of the matter is, as human beings, or no matter how we are born into anything, we all begin as atheists, to be frank. And it's from that position, if we are to grow our spirituality, that maybe we'll make a choice of Islam or any religion in the world. But many times in my life, I've been a non-believer. I've been somebody who can't believe this. But then you soften because, you know, we are emotional beings.
Okay.
Being emotional. Yes.
Thank you so much, Yagun. And I like you know what you've said. The truth remains. You know, some of the people making comments. Let me tell you something. If anybody who is, and I'm not saying it because I'm a Christian, and by the way, I have traversed through many sects of Christianity. So I have a good understanding of what is there. But if anybody tell that Christianity is brainwashing, the person doesn't understand what Christianity is all about, because it's only in Christian religion that the God of the Christians say, come, let us reason together. He didn't say, come and throw your brain away. He said, come, what is your point? Bring it. Let us reason it together. So it's not telling you to take an action, but that's not why we're here. Let's deal with the issue. The issue we're dealing with is, the big question is all fair in politics, as our president said? Is that a tragedy of Nigerian politicians or political space? What is fair in politics and what is not? And that question will go to Mr. Odumna Egu. I didn't hear you.
KJ, let me.
Yes. What do you say?
Odumburago, which you know.
Okay, Agu. I didn't know that. I didn't see the Agu. I thought.
I don't see now.
All right.
Odumburago,
the lion that killed the tiger.
Chai.
Strong name.
The lion that killed the tiger. This question goes to you, and it's about the same thing we're discussing. What does all is fair in politics actually mean in the context that our president used it? Because at the end of the day, he concluded his statement by saying, I will wrestle them to the finish line. So what does it mean? Is it saying that we are all going to be wrestlers now, Mighty Igor and Mil Mascaras? Or are we going to be, you know, how does he want to wrestle to the end? Is it going to be another grab it, snatch it, and run away with it? Or are we not going to play, are we going to play fair so that every man, like politics is played in other nations, is a gentleman's thing? I have not heard anybody who died in politics because there's a political contest in America or in England. I've not heard anybody who lost their life because the Polish people were going to the pools. I've not had anybody who lost their life because the Hungarians are going to the pools. So how come it is, or in Germany, I've not heard anybody who was killed in Germany because he was going to, you know, to cast his vote. Why do we have to grab it, snatch it, and run with it, or wrestle them to the finish line?
Okay, first of all, sometimes when we talk, let's not to like compare Nigeria politics to American politics. American politics, their system are working. They still hit up one way to another. Whether the system is working. If I'm voting tomorrow,
that will be my follow-up question. Are you now saying that we are having a civil rule, not politics?
What we are having now is a politics, not a civil rule. Full politics. You may not understand political language. Political language is different from what me and you are even thinking. A politician is thinking of how to be on the seat. It doesn't matter how it takes him to be on the seat. You are thinking of different, they are thinking of different entirely. If you speak with politicians, their politicians are like, I mean, the way they think is different from, I think 99% of them think differently from what you is thinking. All right. You tell a politician that I'm hungry. He will not tell you that, he won't tell you, okay, you're hungry. Okay, do you expect Tinubu to accept that there's hunger in the land? As a politician, accept? He will not accept, he will challenge it. He knows that he's hungry. People tell you that there's hunger in the land. But as a politician, for him, it's a weakness for him to, it's a weakness for him to accept that Nigeria is bad. On their own mindset, Nigerians are good, but they know that Nigeria is bad. So that point is reason. Point doesn't reason like me and you. We don't reason like even ordinary, let me say, we're taking this too far. Ordinary club politics, church politics, everything, you know, leave president part of it. Even ordinary a club of 100 people, 200 people, church of 500 people. If he stop, people went extra mile. They're not politicians. But when you hit up like that, everything in your body change. The way you operate will become different from the way you operate before. Everything change. So that's what I say as a position. So they don't accept the presidency to sit down, all right, and somebody will tell them, oh, Nigeria is bad, and they will say Nigeria is bad. They will come at you with every attack. The better we accept that, the better you will know that that's what is going on. But we'll keep on pushing. Like you said earlier, Cardinal John on Anaiko is not a small dog. He had been there for right from time, and I know him when I was in, I think it's a Procadura in Abuja. I know him quite all right. He is why I met him for where they do with Bianca in, I think, in the church, Catholic church years back. I don't want to meet him first. But no matter what it is, I'm a full Catholic. I know what they do. He doesn't, if you like, call a cardinal, whatever you like, may call him, he will not answer you. They are say what they want to say. If you like, call him whatever word you want to call in this set. You're not going to answer. You already deliver what you came to deliver. Every other thing is for you to figure it out. You always, like as Sergeant said, every day you will say, are they married? But every day they have about thousands of people line up of one complaint another. They have money. So things are going on. They know how people are reasoning. But on political side, our politician doesn't think that way. They always attack, all right? The Tinubu is one supporter of Catholic Church. I won't tell you, I can go to the bank and tell you that. I was in Lagos State where he was a governor. I know how many times he was a supporter of Catholic Church. He was a supporter of many things. But when he entered that seat, everything will change. He becomes a different person. He become like darkness and light. So they are on two different levels. You know, and church itself, church is a very big politics also. If any government allow church to go over his any government make church to run the affair of the government. Government is a failure. I don't tell people this. Why does not crucified? Because you interfere on the why does not crucify? One reason you want crucify like that because you interfere in the politics of the government. He interfere in the politics of the government. That the government sit down and do what and do away with him. That's how the government I see the government operate. Anything that will come on their way, they will not accept that. Even though he's good, he is good. They see that he's good. They will never accept that thing is good. They will tell you that is the baddest thing that ever happened. So it's John Boala and others attacking. I don't see here that they don't know who are. See, I will still tell you this. Half of people in the Senate, they're all Catholic, they're all night. All right? They won't order a word. Also, Kano, see where he's going to. All of them, they know what they're doing. Most of the people in the Senate, they're all the same, they're all Catholic, they're all, most of them are night in the Catholic Church. So they won't say anything because they're already dying with the politician. But they will come to the back. You will see, if you look with all, they will come to the back, drive to the cardinal's house or his parish house, go there to talk with him about it. Just like it's not all of them. When they leave the seat, they will now come back to where they were before. Look at Amechi today. All of them, when they are on that seat, they don't know that they are undisposable. And that is truth. When they're on that seat, they're untouchable. They are like God. They can do and undo if they want to. But when they go out of that seat, they will come back to their senses. That's how Nigeria politics work. That's how the politics work all over the world, in short. I would say Nigeria politics. Because Nigeria doesn't have a system, that's why our own is like that. All right. If Nigeria have a system that can wake up in the morning and go to work by 7, I go and queue and vote and go back and go to work and come back, look after the kids. My wife will go vote, come back, stay and look after the next day. You are watching the news. And now you see how everything result is going, the way the things are going. Then you should know that Nigeria, but right now Nigeria is not yet there. So let's not think that government will come and tell you that that's hungry. Even myself, sometimes my brother will call me they hungry day. I said that should be hungry start. Don't tell hungry, don't they? I know where they are going to. I don't say let the hungry starts. So I say that to them, not do the hungry start. You don't tell hungry, don't they? They calm down. I will tell them, okay, calm down. Between now and next 2 weeks, I find a way to like help you out, give you all this or that. It's okay, they are here. But I don't accept say they're the hungry day. I say, okay, I know hungry day. They might tell the hungry day that time. That means what you're expecting for me to wire you some money. If you access a hungry day, that is time we take a hungry day. What the next attention of my brother is that okay, I go transfer money from your account. I don't accept say they're hungry. So that's for me. That's why I say it, and that's how all these governments that also what they are doing to keep their place in check. I was want to say yesterday. I was there yesterday. Sometimes you see me the way you are doing. If I know that I don't like you, I don't. If I know that I don't like the way you speak in this channel, I will just even on the comments I just block you. I don't just whatever you say and stay on my lane. If I come to panel, I know what I'm seeing there is not good. I don't work out. I don't need to argue with anybody. You're in charge. That's what I expect people to do. I must not contribute in everything. If I want to contribute something, I comes online, I see that it's not going to my own the way I want it, or I'm being satellite or something. If I say I just work out, I come another time if I want to. It's not my bedroom, but I will sleep. So I set everybody to like do also that. If you see a host that is not every hosts are good, that is not do what you want, no need to argue. Just work out and come and when the next host come back. You see anybody in comment section that is insulting you, that you don't like how he comment, block him. You don't see his comment anymore. He can be honest comment anymore. He save your brain better than he's all popping out now. Look, so many things will fill your brain. Save your brain to block the person. You don't see what that person is commenting anymore. You don't focus on what you're doing. If you feel that I don't like this person, the host, he doesn't do that, don't do shouting. Not shouting. The more you shout, the more you become like it becomes somehow. You just have to shout. Yeah, just yesterday, Alaba came. Yeah, I don't know what happened. He says he came, he would try to say how he was banned, this, that. KJ was trying to tell you was not, but his reaction, he was being marked like this, like a baby. I was like, with your reaction, what did people say that truth? Because I can't be on the panel and children be watching TV. A mature person will be reacting this way. You know, that means what you're saying is good. That's how I look what this. If you can respect your things, let's respect ourselves. Time to joke, you laugh. It's time not to joke, you let it go. So for me, Nigeria is another thing. All of us, if you're in that politics, that head of state, even our little CYON, where they used to be Sion those days. So you know how we play the politics to the extent that even though you're thinking that even the governorship politics, they are still learning. The CWO, the church organization, the way they play the politics, if you asking yourself, is it a church organization or this is just something else? The small club we belong to. So let's also, I don't know, let's not to crucify Nigeria on the other way around. The way they come out from that seat, they understand that the bad they have done. It's because, but can I tell you something? Lie, sometimes lie is accepted though. Even Abraham lied twice. He didn't die. You know that.
I saw the comment someone put there that Abraham lied
twice.
Oh, hold on. You see, that was a dispensation where there was no. So you cannot.
No commandment.
There was no law. There was no law. But that's not what we are discussing. So let's not get away.
But the first commandment was, and God, your God, that shall not have any other God without me. The
That-
10th commandment was already written before Abraham.
No, there was no commandment at that time. It was later commandment came. All right, let's go ahead.
Okay.
Here I'm coming to. I see you concerned, but I'll go to Mr. James first. Mr. James, you must have heard what.
Let me answer this boy, I beg. You don't give me too much stress.
Okay.
Let them come in.
Mute yourself. We will not hear you. All right. Now, you heard what he said, but my question is this: you see, even though he was everywhere, the Catholic Church and the churches and even the mosque, I believe, are meant to serve the people in the community. And so what those people who lead say is very, very essential. And the politicians are meant to lead the society also, but from a governmental point of view, who have majorly two cardinal policy or point they must uphold: the life of the safety of life and property. Now, my question goes to you. Okay. My question will run away. All right. So the question is, at what point should a politician's position negate the principle for which he has been elected? In this case, the president says to us, you say hunger is the problem of the society, but I can't do anything about it. Hunger has always been here before I came. Then what should we say, or what should be the reaction of the people who are being led? Since he was elected to cure hunger, and now hunger has increased to the point that Nigerians are over 140 million Nigerians are living below the World Bank stipulated poverty rate. For you to be poor, there's a particular level you shouldn't go beyond. It is believed that by December this year, we will have had it up to 140 million people who will be living in that circle. What should these people who are living in this circle be asked, or should they do to recover themselves from this abject poverty they are being pushed into?
In the first place, nobody elected him to be president. He was surreptitiously sworn in at 5 a.m. I think 2023. He is not an elected president. Let us get that clear. So nobody voted him to be president. And for him to say that I met hunger, hunger has been there before I was born. It's nonsensical. With Trump, in fact, hunger was born, so hunger has been in existence before Trump became president of America. But will Trump dare tell his people that he met hunger? So for that reason, there's nothing you can do about it. If you are the president of the republic, you are there to serve the interest of the people. And one of the problems of the people right now is hunger. So if you cannot address that problem, it means you are not living up to the expectation. But however, he was not sworn in. And the people of Nigeria did not take him to task appropriately. That is why he's there, rubbing people's faces with shit. And one thing again is that politics and religion, in my opinion, they are not compatible, because the rules of politics and the rules of religion are not the same. If you want to understand politics very well, you need to read Machiavelli's The Prince and the discourses of the first 10 years of Titus Livinus. If you read these two books, you will know how politicians reason. The summation of The Prince in particular is the end justifies the means. If it is necessary for you to kill to attain political power, you just have to do it to attain that power. That is the rule of their game. But in the case of religion, the rules are different. In the Christian religion, for example, the 10 Commandments are there. The way Jesus Christ lived his life is well, the ways are well spelled out. So if you want to be religious, you be religious. But for you to combine the two, it is contradictory. This is how I see it. I might be wrong. Maybe Mr. Osemeka can throw more light on what I have said. The rules of religion and the rules of politics are not the same. It's just like mixing water with oil. They are not compatible in most cases. This is how I see it. I'll be grateful if Mr. Semeka can chip in a word or two, because I'm not a religious man.
Well, I think you are right on point. The rules, I mean, the rules of religion. Again, we can go into what religion are we talking about here? Is it Christianity? Is it Taoism? Is it Islam? Right? But then again, every laws of religion still bank on what we call natural laws. You see, and Thomas Aquinas did a very expansive work on this. But I think you are right on track. If you want to go ahead.
Okay, but I want to ask a question, Dr. James. You said,
KJ,
eh?
Joe, before you ask the question, I disagree with both
Yes,
James and
that's
my brother Samako.
going.
Totally.
That's what.
Because
But go ahead.
because it depends on the school of thought that you are postulating. Mr. James was very right when he talked about Machiavelli. That is just one school of thought. They believe that no matter what you do, it is the end that justifies, so long as it fits into your goal, then it's okay. And it doesn't matter how you get there. There are people who feel that, the process is more important than the end. If the process is bad ab initio, then whatever you arrive at, whether for good or bad, is totally wrong, because that will be putting something on a foundation that is standing on a sinking sand. So it depends on, but if you do some study, you find out that there's some correlation between policy and prophecy. There's no time for me to analyze that. Uh, Policy has to do with the governmental apparatus. I mean, what is the purpose of governance? What does government try to achieve? Okay, and then prophecy, um, looking at it from a religious perspective, speaks of what God expects a nation to be. And if you look at them, you would see that you can identify, because a lot of the laws that you have in government actually are taken, from scripture, whether it's Islamic scripture, whether it's biblical, whether it's Upanishad, whatever it is, because there's a central goal, and that is the people. That's the focus. In both cases, the people, how you treat the people. And so the closer the prophecy is, or the government policy is to prophecy, the contiguity between them determines how well a nation goes. I just want to summarize. There's no time, to begin to expound on that, but maybe one day we can go into that. That's my thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, we should get something clear. Machiavelli did not say that the end should justify the means. What he's saying is the end justifies the means. That is describing how politicians behave. That book, The Prince, was written, I think, as a gift or something in honor of the Prince of Medici in 14-something in Italy, I think before their unification. He is explaining how politicians behave. There is nowhere in the book which says that you should do this or you should do that. This is how politicians behave. This is how they reason. This is why politicians tell lies. These are the kind of things the man was explaining, but he never at any time encouraged people to be immoral. But he's telling you that by nature, politicians are immoral. That's what I can make of the book. Mr. Semeka, am I wrong or right? Please.
Well, I don't
But you are right.
I don't
You are
think
wrong,
that you are
Mr. You are
wrong.
right, Mr. James, man.
Yeah, I
You are
don't
right,
think that
Mr.
you are.
James.
Oh, okay. Go ahead,
You are right,
Oga.
Mr. James.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Constance, thank you very much for your patience.
Okay. So, Dr. KJ, should I proceed?
Yes, please proceed. I was just waiting for Go ahead, Constance.
Okay. Dr. KJ, good day. Mr. James Odumnebuago Sewakan and Mr. Bison. You're all welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. You see, Nigeria. Well, whenever we come here, even those that are not here,
It's always good for us to be independent, not to be like we are tribal or we are supporting anybody or any group, because we are outside. We're outside to help those in Nigeria to know what is happening outside the country, and also to know how they will do in Nigeria. Maybe to follow these criminal politicians we have in Nigeria, because the way it is, if we continue to support some group or support this or support that, it doesn't help anything. It's just only for us to be truthful, so that the people in Nigeria can know where they are going. You see, it was unfortunate last week. I think last week or last 2 weeks, I hear a ridiculous something here. When somebody just wake up. I was talking about the Catholic. The Catholic come to speak for Obi. The Catholic, his headquarters is in the East. That's one of the worst things I've heard in this since I start listening to, even from anybody. Some people think they talk as if they are crazy, or they are not human beings. Because for someone to come up and make such a statement is very, very ridiculous. I never expected such a statement from a human being who is outside the country, not somebody in Nigeria. The Catholic, as I know for a long time, since I'm a Catholic, but I've attended many churches. The Catholic is always there for the truth. They can say Catholic is do this, women this, that, but for what I know is that Catholic believes in truth. And then someone like a bishop, a cardinal, even at a time in Nigeria, there was a time, even in Imo State, in the East, there was a time Catholic, if a governor is not doing well, the Catholic can mobilize people to say that governor is voted out. They don't have any
Actually,
interest in anybody.
Huh? Actually, and
the Catholic have no interest in anybody. They only have interest on the people at heart. That's only what they have interest in. Then to talk about Nigeria, what Tinubu and others are doing, it's unfortunate. You see, Nigeria, I don't know what to call Nigeria really. Because one thing is this, like the foundation of Nigeria and the foundation of this government is very, very on a bad footing. The man who is ruling us, like Mr. James said, nobody voted for him. And then the country became quiet. And when you see a criminal coming to rule you, what do you expect? You expect good or you expect bad? A criminal cannot rule you and you expect good. You expect good things to come in. It's not possible. Like now, you just wake up and ask Anini to be in control of Nigeria. Then you expect good things. It's not possible. And the man who is ruling us, nobody is even asking, where is this man from? Somebody who has a diplomatic passport of Guinea, who didn't go to school in Nigeria. He didn't go to primary school. Who in Nigeria that didn't go to primary school or secondary school? So Nigeria, I don't know how to describe Nigeria, because all the people that have look at Buhari. Buhari came. Buhari is not even from Nigeria. It's not a Nigerian. This Tinubu also, where it's coming from, I don't know. And Nigerians don't even want to ask questions. They're only like people who are dumb or people who are useless or a cost people. Buhari and Tinubu is a cost to Nigeria. It's a cost to this country. And the Tinubu came in, employ all his boys. Almost 90% of those ruling are Yorubas. How do you expect a good thing to happen to come out from that regime? Now they see IPAC or what they listen. Tinubu is investigating Tinubu. How do you expect if Tinubu eat money today and the finance minister, what did the finance minister expect him to say? He said there's nothing happened. If whatever happened in the minister of agriculture, all these ministers, everything, Tinubu will tell you, these people will tell you there's nothing that happened. And is that how a country to be governed? That you bring only your boys, only your people to rule a country. In the minister of in finance sector, all your Yorubas in the finance sector, all other different sectors, the same thing. The National Assembly is nowhere to be found. And with that, with what is happening in Nigeria today, he said governors are moving to APC. Governors are moving to APC. Why governors are moving to APC? Because the Nigerian people have given Tinubu that right to do whatever he likes, whatever he wants to do. Tinubu put his brother, his people at the Justice Ministry.
And when he put what the state of emergency in different state, the country kept quiet. Everybody kept quiet. How do you think that this man, with the powers he have, which Nigerians are giving to him, because Nigeria gave him that power because it's like people not that people are hungry, but the greed in Nigeria is too much. If Nigerians are not too greedy, they're supposed to have to remove this man, protest or do anything, because this man actually, I don't think this man is from Nigeria.
Okay.
Because no Nigerian, my brother, no Nigerian can open up his mouth and say hunger started long time. He's not the one that bring hunger. No Nigerian can say politics about however you see it, you take it, however you see it. Take it. No president of us ever said that. If this man is really a Nigerian, I don't think I open his mouth and say that.
Thank you so much, and I agree with him. Even though you divert a bit from what we are discussing, but you made your selling point, which we all have talked about here. This Catholic Church, whether you like them, you hate them, those bishops are above a particular level of this. When they speak, especially when they come together, they not come together because of an individual. They never have done that. They always speak as it is. That's why the Catholic Church has remained relevant for over almost 1,000 years now. Welcome.
Yes, KJ, I have a question for you, probably to everyone on the panel too. Can I go ahead?
If it less than 30 seconds, yes.
Okay, thank you. In 2014, during the Goodluck presidency, when Onaiko spoke against the Goodluck administration, 2014, I remember vividly, it was November. This same APC called what was it called? Onaiko, the courageous voice of truth.
Voice of the people.
They called Onaiko then our own Oscar Romero. Let's not forget the impact of Oscar Romero in Mexico at the time during the liberation movement. So what changed now? This same APC that praised Onaiko then, what is happening now? Why are they attacking the man?
Okay.
Because all right.
Hold on.
At that moment, he sued them. Okay, somebody. All right.
I have that video somewhere. I'll bring it up. But before then, I also have a video that I wanted you all to listen to, and then we can now move. Yeah. Here is good.
Benz cars from President Babangida.
Yeah.
Right? And they were so enraged, 9 of them, including the then Chief Justice Mohammed Bello, sued in defamation to clear their names over that allegation because they took it seriously. As Chief Justice of Nigeria, and I'm going to go on record on this, as Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola collected Mercedes-Benz car from Nyesom Wike, who was governor of Rivers State and who had cases before. The ways that some of the senior-most people in the judiciary have dragged the judiciary down is beyond disreputable. The current president of the Court of Appeal is accepting an appointment from Nyesom Wike to chair the IBB Golf Club in Abuja. That would not have happened a generation ago. Never. It would never have happened. And when you do that, you remove the perception of credible adjudication or independent adjudication. And so this is even before we get to the issue of the houses and the mansions being built for judges. And this started in Lagos. This model of judicial business or management of judicial business started in Lagos under the current president when he was governor. So judges were appointed and you were given a house. You had a choice of 4 locations: Ikoyi, Victoria Island, Lekki 1, or Ikeja GRA.
Yeah, good.
You were given an allocation and the state government built it for you and you took it. And from what I can see, that then extended to presiding judges of federal courts who were working in Lagos. So, because every federal court system has a Lagos Judicial Division, Court of Appeal, Federal High Court, and all of those, the senior justices or judges in those systems appear to have also got that kind of privilege from the Lagos state government. And over time, that system then became the norm, in quotes, the norm. And today, the judges of the judicial systems that have not got the kind of mansions that are being put forward by the FCT minister for the judges in the FCT are all protesting. Where are our own mansions? And so in the whole idea of independent adjudication and independent court systems is gone.
Very clear that under whatever circumstances, we should keep our heads high. Keep our heads high. Refuse to be told that this is Nigeria, meaning this is a place where nothing works. We should refuse to agree that this is a country where certificates are forged and it is okay. We should refuse to accept a situation where elections are rigged and you are told to go to court. These things have consequence. These things have consequence. Jesus says, you shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free. You can't run a nation well if we do not respect the truth. If we keep pretending that we can play games, cut corners, bring in brilliant lawyers to turn black to white and white to black, the reality will still be there. And right now we are still in the midst of the election. And it is not about the politicians or the candidates. It's about us, about Nigerians. It is we who went to vote. And if we do not have good election, you can't have a government that enjoys our confidence and our trust. Even angels cannot rule a nation where there is no trust. So whoever claims to be ruling us now should know that we need to have the trust of the people. The question before us is, how do we manage that the people may have trust in their government? A lot has to be done by those who claim to be ruling us, those who say we have elected them. They cannot just sit there and expect that just things will work normally. What will they do? I don't know. But if they ask my suggestion, I will say they should accept the reality on ground. Accept that they have a heavy trust deficit. And nothing wrong with admitting that things when it didn't go so well. When I hear Professor Mahmoud on television, even yesterday, telling us that everything went perfectly well in January, I shed tears. He knows he was not telling the truth. If we don't tell the truth, we will not move forward. I'm a religious person, and I keep praying to God to forgive us and to show us the truth. Because if we tell the truth, things will move fast. Nigerians are wonderful. And I still hope that things will move fast. Whatever judges may decide, whatever courts may say, at the end of the day, the truth will make us free.
Okay, thank you for being patient with us to just put in that. Once again, I want to say that the truth is actually what sets a nation free. And no matter how that nation is bad, if we keep speaking the truth, perhaps we'll move faster and forward from where we are. Let us hear from Obi Hosson. Obi Hosson.
Obisin.
Then you okay, but when are you a Nigerian?
No,
Obisin now.
Huh? I don't know whether I'm Nigerian or I think they consider.
It's Obi, then son. That's it. If you can
Obisin.
just say Obi son. That's it.
H. Obi
I have Obi on my H in my last name. Obi is my last name. OBIH. That's Obi. Then
which part? You are Delta.
My name is Godson. Godson Obi. Okay, so Obi is my last name. Godson. I put the last 3 digits of my first name into my last name. That's
all right.
It.
Great. We are welcome. You have
anyway, this is the first time I'm joining.
All right. I'm checking for you. I'm checking for you.
I've been. Sometimes I listen at the background. Sometimes I watch. The only thing is I don't like going back because it's too long for me. If you guys have all done, and then for me to come and listen what has transpired. Anyway, blessings everyone. I see the grandfather on my grandfather on the other platform I joined, Tony TY,
okay.
And every other person. My screen is too small, so I can't. If I don't call your name, I'm sorry. I know the only person I can recognize, Jagon, good, Osewekon, Odomnebu Agondewo, and the last person that spoke before. My screen is too small. I can't see everybody. And then KJ, the moderator. Thank you all. Anyway, I wanted to listen more so that I can know where to come in, but I haven't seen the topic of the talking point. I will start by saying it's all fair in politics. Yes, when it is from your own end, it is fair when it is coming from you. But when it is coming from the other side, then it's no longer fair. Because if Jonathan has said all fair, all things are all is fair in politics in 2014, Tinubu would have cried to high heavens. They would have gone to United Nations, gone to African Union to say he wants to turn the country upside down. But before I even go there, somebody said, I don't know what Nigeria is becoming. I don't know when. First of all, Nigeria is a sham. Nigeria is a sham. If all of us are here believing that we have a country, we deceive ourselves. And of course, I know that we're all deceiving ourselves. But what I say is, let me follow. Let's pretend that we have a country. But we know that inside we don't have a country. Because if you start to judge what is a country, you know that every projection of countries is not tenable in Nigeria. We cannot deceive ourselves. But let's agree to keep deceiving ourselves until the reality dawns on us. And what is that reality? Anyway, let me go to the talking point before I go. I don't know how long you're gonna give me. I'm not a Catholic, okay? But in this case, we're all Catholics because after all, Catholic is universal. So as Christians, we're all Catholics until you now come to Roman Catholic. Yeah, we'll say I'm not a Roman Catholic. Naturally, I'm an Anglican, so that's where I learned to lean. But when you see a government that Bishop or Cardinal Onayekon is literally a pope because they are the ones that elect popes. If anything happens to Pope Leo today, Cardinal Onayekon will be his name will be there as one of the front runners. It's just that because probably they have not made up their mind to elect a black pope. I know that there was a time they touted Cardinal Arinze from Onisha that he was going to replace, I think, Pope John Paul. So this guy is literally a pope because he's in that office. He's in that. They are the ones that elect popes. So for somebody to come and then academically, if he's in the secular world, most of those bishops you see they are probably PhD holders. It's just because they answer bishop, answer archbishop, answer reverend. then that hides their academic qualifications. He is more or less a PhD holder, if not. Okay? So when you now see a people who hijacked power fraudulently because they are bereft, somebody said, there was something somebody said, they are bereft of the truth. And therefore, truth is disgusting to their ears. You know, it was Pilate that asked Jesus, what is truth? And that is what these people represent. They are so bereft of truth that except you now sing their music, they will term it something else. They will not recognize you. Muslims went a few days after, or a few days ago, to trumpet his non-achievements that they claim. And then those are the ones they gave kudos to. And let me say this, men of God, as I was saying, in my own way, I will say, okay, people will say we are gospel and Pentecostalists. I wish the people that represent me directly, who are the Pentecostals, I wish they could have that ball to go and confront Tinubu. I wish they would have that ball to go and tell him, now that they are trying to stifle religion, Christianity in Nigeria, I wish they would have that ball and go and say, you did Muslim ticket when you were coming, probably to cow the vote of the Corners, who are Muslims. In this second, I'm still surprised that Christians are not even talking. I'm still surprised. Even this morning, and when I remembered, I said, I didn't even know why those fathers did not also mention it, that in a cosmopolitan, in a secular state, which we are not a secular. Nigeria is a Muslim nation, if you guys don't know. But I wish they had gone there to also point that out, that in a secular nation, if haven't done the first time as Muslim, why not respect the other part and say, let there be Christian? Even though if a Christian is there, nothing will happen. After all, Oshibajo was there, they were killing his people. What did he do? But at least let there be there. Let us see. Let me have a pride that I have a Christian as a vice president. But then they neglected all of us. Even though they say his wife is a pastor, which I contest that she's not. He couldn't even respect his own wife. His wife could not say, my husband, you did this thing last time. This time around, why not give at least for my sake, if nothing else, for my sake, who is your wife? Why not get a Christian vice president? And this is where I blame the people they call not central. Is it not central they call them? Other people in the middle. This is where I blame them. Up until today, I still can't understand why a very negligible percentage of Nigerians are the one having the helm of affairs in that country. When we have majority in the middle belt, a middle belt cannot come together and said, if you don't take our son go to a party, if you don't take our son as a president or as a vice, we are not going to support you. Because with this policy of North and South, the only thing they are good for is Secretary of State, Secretary to the federal government. That's the only thing they use them for.
Okay.
Which means there is no time in this world they will ever smell either vice presidency or presidency. Why can't they come together? And I don't know if there's any middle belt and in this. Why can't they come together as a people and said, you know what, we have to form a block. Today, let me round up, please. Today, somebody alluded to it. There is another this guy that all he does, he brings out, Muslim thing about Islam. Today, a cleric was so bold in saying that they support that they will use this one to teach Christians lesson, Muslim ticket. That was what this one that is in prison now said about Kaduna, that this cleric said there is also a cleric in Ghana who also wanted to tout this Muslim thing. They shut him down. I don't know why, as Nigerians, where we're so docile, I don't know why, as Nigerians, where we're so mute, we cannot speak. Sometimes it started during Buhari. I said, whether there is a jazz, these people do jazz to come to power, that nobody would be able to speak. Even people that marched, people that protested during Jonathan, in this assembly, they cannot do anything. Yeah, I'm bewildered that as Nigerians, as educated as people, Nigerians are the only people I know who are so educated, doing so well outside of their region. Yet in their own country, the so-called our professors, all our academicians, everyone that have resumes, have 20 degrees of professorship, yet we allow people to come and mess us up. Nigeria is going to go down with this issue of they want to institutionalize Muslim tickets, because that's what that cleric said. Nigeria is going to go down. That we will be alive. People will be ruling us by force, whether we like it or not. So again, let me give others a chance. We will be deceiving ourselves. My own thing is, if we have to tell ourselves the hard truth. These are people, when Obasanjo came to power, he constituted Truth and Reconciliation like in South Africa. The animal called Buhari never came, yet he became president. When Jonathan was leaving, he constituted National Conference. The animal called Buhari threw it into the dustbin. Nothing happened. Let us, okay, if you want to force all of us to be one, let us gather ourselves. Let us come together and say, how do we? Now, somebody alluded here, somebody said in Sokoto, they are passing a law which is going to affect Christians. They killed Deborah. Christians did not. Muslims raised 20 or 40 sons to defend the killers of Deborah. No Christians raise up. What are we done? And yet, somebody will come and tell me that, oh, Nigeria can never be Islamized. We're going to pray. How are you praying? When Turkey is Islamized, when Iran is Islamized, when other nations that were never Muslims are today majority Muslim, Lebanon is Islamized, and a Nigerian will come and tell me that it's not going to happen. It will happen because we are so sleepy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I like what you said, but Christians are speaking, and even your Pentecostal pastors are speaking, and I want to, just let you see this.
To social media man, put it as I said it. Don't turn my words, don't edit what I said. Put it as I said. We want peace, allow Christians alone. As we allow Muslims, also allow what? Christians. Are you aware that they say you should not preach in buses? Are you aware? That's a stupid law. Say it's a stupid law. I will not be alive see Christ being humiliated. Nigeria has gotten so stupid. The so-called men were in assembly. I don't know where they kept their brains. Nigeria will not preach in buses. Are you aware? But you put loudspeaker outside. Nobody's talking. And Christians are keeping quiet. Hey, every Christian rise up. They attempt not to preach in buses. Tomorrow they attempt not to share hands. I will never be alive to see Christianity be humiliated.
Okay.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there are many more. I have plenty of them who have spoken in different categories and addressed those issues. But that's going to be a topic for another day. And I like what you say. So many things you touch. I'm going to go back and see if we can make a topic of discussion, especially the fact that this Islamization, we're going to get together and see how we can put all the resources we have together and then make it a topic so we all can sit down and try.
That'll be good.
But today I'll pivot back to where we are, which is what is real. Is it fair that in politics all is fair? Is it and I have great minds here. When a president of a nation who's sitting over the judiciary, the army, the police, the fire service, and every other paraphernalia of enforcement, or should I say has monopoly of violence, says that all is fair in politics. Mr. Obi-Wan, what do you think that is? Because if you are the one contesting against a sitting president with such, powers, even more powerful than the American president, telling you he will wrestle you to the finishing line, will you still be interested in that competition or contest?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I will say I will not to start with.
Yeah, because all the powers of government is with him, and he's saying to you, Obi-Wan, I will wrestle you to end, and all is fair. So what does he mean by all is fair? If he kills you tomorrow, it's fair, right?
I think they are just playing with the script of how the country was designed. Just like every day we come out and speak English and do analysis, and they keep giving you actions, and nobody is doing anything. They have been doing this from the military regime up until now. How many people is hearing of Umahi Saga? How many people is hearing of snakes swallow money up until now? So they keep bringing topic for you because the country is designed for you to keep hoping that it will work. I've never had one Australia, one England, one South Africa, but I always hear one Nigeria. We've lived in a country for so long that corruption is like eating biscuit. Killing people is like killing cockroach. Where does it happen? That is why he, as a president, can make such statement. And what happened? The citizen keep analyzing. We will analyze. How many times have we all come out of this platform to talk about the problem? Nobody is acting. And you think they will just back off. Anybody that you want to take their shop, you want to close their shop, they will fight. That is what is going on. I don't know why Nigerians are not talking about the division of Nigeria. It has never worked. Whenever you talk about Nigeria to divide, it seems like you are touching some people in a place where they don't want you to touch them. It's just so unfair. Our children will laugh and they will spit on our face. But I think I understand what is going on because Nigeria was never fought for to begin with. It was just a company that was handed over to a manager. That is why nobody is willing to die for that country. We will keep doing this thing year to come. Bet me. We will keep coming out here every evening to talk about what Bola Tinubu did, what Atiku did. But because nobody wants to come and fight, the best solution is until Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo people start talking about to your tent, Israel.
Simple.
There are countries that are 6 million and they still function. That the Southeast, if the Southeast decided to get their Biafra or Arewa or Dudua, doesn't mean that we are enemies. We can still trade in between. We can still have our open borders. But the problem of Nigeria is the control. That's why somebody in the state of affair will come and make unnecessary statement to a country of 250 million able-bodied. That when we go outside the country, they say Nigerians are like this, Nigerians are like that. But we are just like chicken in the country called Nigeria. I just weep for so many people. I've never wake up in a country where 300 are killed and everybody kept quiet. Nobody have the balls to tell the president to resign. Nobody. Nobody. Look at Lekki. What happened in Lekki? Soldiers shot citizens that were waving Nigerian flag. Nigerian flag, for God's sake. Singing national anthem. If you're a soldier, I think that the best when you come and you want to shoot somebody and the person is actually singing based on what you swore an oath on, you will back down. What happened? They shot. And the tribunal they set up, what happened? Are we still talking about it today? No, that is the design. We will keep analyzing. I came to analyze my own. It's my first time to come in here. So I decided to do the way they design us and whatsoever. Everybody to start advocating for the division of Nigeria. Otherwise,
simple, bro.
we're all doomed. Thank you.
That's it. That's it. That's the end of the matter.
Thank you so much, my brother Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan. Okay, this is for you.
So everyone have their own names. So you cannot tell me not to answer my own name. Now,
okay. Let them try. Kulata, that's also for you. Today I'm putting a Nigerian hat. I'm preparing a program that will analyze the standing and where Biafra is. Of course, now I'm a fool. I'm a now. I know they run from, I know now. Or I wouldn't let at home, then we they take head, see ghost, catch them, put them for bottle, carry and go house. So let's leave it there. Kulata, me and you are friend. The Southeast is not, it's not a pushover. We have been saying these things. I will keep saying it. And of course, on this program, also reminded us of how far Mazi Simon Ekpa is going with his case in Finland. So far, it's looking good from all that went down last week. So the retrial will start this week. So I'm just giving you an update that we from the South we are following every development bumper to bumper. I won't say that. Let's come back to this issue, and I'm coming to Chris, my brother. Chris.
Sorry. Can I make just a statement, please? Now that you said this Southeast thing, you guys should start talking about this pipeline they are laying from Ohaji, Asa, Ebema, Uguta, and all the other places from River State, taking it to Europe to go and gas them up while our people remain in penury where we are still. So we have to start talking about it, that those people should not allow our gas to be taken to Europe. Just as they impoverish the Bayelsa and the rivers, taking all the gas, the delta, taking all the fuel outside of the region, and yet the place is as poor as anything can be. We should not allow it.
Okay. Thank you. I think we have...
Mr. Kede, can I say something, please?
Okay, if you give me 1 minute, I'll let you say something.
Okay.
We have talked about that on this channel. We even talked about the fact that there's an ongoing bill saying that Ohama Ebema Uguta and all that should be...
You don't know to cross river.
Yes. So we are still... and we will see how that plays out. We also have said on this channel, if some of you wonder why Hope Uzodinma is keeping quiet these days, it's because he has now seen the masquerade face to face. So he has seen that, because he was trying before now to get the companies that are extracting oil from Imo State to come and build their headquarters in Owerri and employ young people from that area. But he was shut down. So that's why, you see, he's now seeing clearly where, the politics is played, and he's not been able to affect any change as far as I'm concerned. So he's now have kept quiet. So the thing is, as you play the politics, as you go until when you go and jam them, remember that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, in her book on counting how she got Enugu Airport to be international, she had to cry for it to be recognized. So she had to cry for that to be done. So this is the situation that we find ourselves, but some people don't see it when we talk about it. They think we're just unnecessarily making noise. But that is not a topic for today. Let's pivot back to what we are discussing. And that discussion comes to my brother Chris. And Chris, here is my question to you. When politicians cross from one political party to the other, especially the ruling political party, okay, when they cross from NDP or whatever, the Labour Party and all that, to the ruling political party, is that a political betrayal on the voters, or is it a political advantage of the voters? For instance, you are a governor in Imo State. Imo State is what you are voted in by PDP members in Imo State. You go and do 3 months in the government house. You say you are now APC. Will you say you have betrayed the trust the people handed you, or that you are now doing that for political survival? Which is the one you're upholding? Your own interest or the interest of Imo State people?
Can you hear me?
Very clear.
Yes, I just want to say hello to everyone. First, before I come to this your question, the topic is all unfair in politics. Well, some people have defined politics as war by other means. And when you are fighting war, although there are rules of engagement, but it depends on who defines those rules of engagement. Now, I want to go back to your question. Well, as I've said, the rules of engagement matters in the war, and politics is war. So if those who are making the laws do not think that it matters to the camp, then nobody, you shouldn't blame anybody for doing so. But if those who are making the laws think that it matters, then they will enforce it. A lot of people are talking about Nigeria. There are no Nigerians. What we have are ethnic nationalities. So these are the reasons why things has never worked in Nigeria. And I do not want to keep on talking about it every day, every time I come here. But like I said, I just only joined to say hello to all of you. People know where I stand. But if those who want to take power from Tinubu should know that he will not, if I were him, I wouldn't, you have to kill him to get the power.
Yes, I know.
Yes. So that is what it is. That is war.
Chris, hold on.
So he has to defend himself.
Chris, hold on.
And yes.
My favorite archbishop went to an interview and said to the interviewer, "We were shocked when the man looked at us and said, 'Hunger, he didn't create hunger, and all is fair in politics.'" What do you say? Is he being over? Is he exaggerating? The what he saw, or is it that Archbishop Onaikon, who is respected, one of the prominent faces in Catholic Church in all around the world, not only in Nigeria, can he be overplaying? Is it hyperbole, as they call it, or what?
Well, I'm surprised that he is surprised. Because he's well educated, he's well informed, and he knows who he's dealing with. So the problem here is that people, like a lot of people, pretend when it comes to Nigeria, and that pretense has continued to lead a lot of people to think that Nigeria is salvageable. No, it is not. It's a matter of time. There are a number of things that are keeping Nigeria as a going concern. So when those things start depleting, it will either be catastrophic, or, as we are talking here, people will come down and reason. But it seems that they do not want to reason. So I don't usually come here, I don't want to waste my saliva. So let people walk. It's either, the word is either you are eating or you eat people.
Okay.
So that is the way it is.
Is it like the Senate president said, those who are eating don't have time to talk? So they are eating, they cannot talk.
No, what I'm trying to say is that, when it comes to power,
okay,
it's either you are eating or you eat somebody. You see, power is something that, it's hard, it's hard for people to share power.
I want to say this
But,
on
except in an organized society.
there is
So,
something.
but that Nigeria is not an organized society.
Okay, there's something you have always said on this channel. I think I want to take it up. Tribe and all that, and nation building, and how do they interplay? So I will try and see. Let's put your number on the private list so we can form that topic and discuss it extensively. And I know Jagun has a lot of he's quite strong on that. So let's get people who know these subjects, and let's discuss just that singular issue of nations and tribes and nations building. Why is the Nigerian issue different? Why is the Nigerian situation different? Let's talk about that. Let's expand the discussion, in an open forum, without rancor, without prejudice to anybody, and then educate ourselves. Why is the Nigerian experience not as working as others? And just like you are one of the proponents who said this is not going to work, no matter how we try to patch it. Let us hear from you. You will be the major, anchor guy. Why, I would like Jagun to be one of those who will fire you from every other, from all cylinders, so we can all discuss this thing and get it through. Maybe, perhaps those who are leading will see it and have a reason to pick up that and work on the solution that will come from that discussion. I would like us to discuss that if you are available.
Yes.
That should be a good topic.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I will always be available whenever I hear something that is interesting to me. I always listen. I always listen at the background. But when I'm ever available to listen, when something is very interesting to me, I always come up. Like this one, the war, whether there is fair in war. So what I was trying to say, for those who want to take power from Tinubu, they should know that, one, people die in war. So they must be able to be prepared. It's the Nigerian against, or let me put it, the youth against the government. So if they are prepared to sacrifice a few people, they will take him out of government house. It's as simple as that.
All right. That's a hard one, but Master, welcome, and good to see you. I don't know. I'll give you time to listen first before I come to you. I'll go to OC Wakan. You have followed so far. Now, in trying to tie up all what you have been discussing, what would be your advice? What would be your way forward? What would be your solution to what we have so far been able to pick? You can pick any of them. It can be what the bishop said. It can be the fact that hunger is been here since before Tinubu was born, and forgery is also here. Wayo Djibouti 419 also there before he came. We know all these things have been there, so it's possible that he's framing that hunger have been there. So we shouldn't worry ourselves with certificate forgery and the rest, and all the corruption going on. Because what will be your take, and what will be your, if you have to tie together in 2 minutes?
Thank you. Yeah, Gakije, thank you. I'll drop my point really swiftly without any cloudedness. You see, what Nigerians need to understand is that we are still the blackest and the largest nation of Africans on the surface of the earth. And Tinubu is occupying a very pivotal position in human history. That is important. Nigeria remains the largest African nation in the world. So this is very important to establish. So when the president of the largest black nation on earth, God-given earth, declares that all is fine in politics, what he's saying is that he's surrendering the social contract. He's telling 200 million plus people that governance is no longer anchored on character, on truth, and on what the Latin man calls commune bonum, the common good. But on the contrast, on the flip side, government is now on a predatory survival skill. How much prey can I predict on? How much people can I step on to get what I want? And that is a problem. And Mr. James was making an allusion to the Machiavellian principle. And it was right by all form of senses, because the Machiavellian decay is why a government flush the resources that leaves people starving. Like I always say, when you replace phronesis, there's what we call phronesis in practical theology. When you replace that, the practical moral wisdom, when you replace that, what happens is that the community of the people becomes a jungle. And St. Augustine, my favorite writer, he wrote a beautiful book called The Confession, and another work called Tradegy, the City of God. St. Augustine says that when a criminal has an enterprise, what happens is that the citizens becomes its prey. It's prey. So I want to urge Nigerians to see the reality that has befall them, the Armageddon that has befall them. Because in psychopathology, before we look at any issue, we have to identify the problem. So we have to reject, KJ, we have to reject by all means possible this toxic culture of power at all costs. Let's not forget what Tinubu said a few years ago, that power is not given a la carte. You take it, you grab it, and you run away with it. He said that. And now it's saying this again. So we cannot be trapped forever. How do we liberate ourselves from this saxophone of this blood-sucking demon? Nigerians need to wake up now or forever be asleep. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry. Where is my okay, thank you so much. My screen got lost. I think it's still lost, but you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay, I found myself. All right, thank you so much. Maska, you're welcome. It's good to see you getting ready to go to bed, but yes. So you have followed us so far, and I don't know, you have listened to all the topics. You may probably have where you want to come in from, or you want me to frame the question afresh.
Am I echoing?
No, you're okay. Wow, that's good.
No. I've not. I'm just trying to. The first thing that I suspect I've tackled it, so I'm doing. I'm trying to narrow down the problem. But at least if I'm not echoing, that's good.
It sounds better today.
Good evening, Mr. KJ.
Good evening, sir.
James. Good to see you. Good evening, Jagun. Good evening, Ethnic Chris. And the rest of the guys. Okay, so I mean, I would always like guidance so that.
Okay, so our topic today is all fair in politics, the tragedy of Nigerian politics. Now, this political space in Nigeria is shrinking every day, and sometimes this is done only by a statement made by very powerful people who draw our attention far away from what is the reality on ground. They are not right now. We're only dealing with what Tinubu said, but remember that every other person have made such statements in Nigeria. Chiefly is the god of Abuja, Wike, who is the only one who tells the truth in Nigeria now. Every other person doesn't tell truth. It's only Wike that tells truth, and he's the only one who knows what is right. So, with that in mind, our question now be: these people who are in power today in Nigeria, even though they're not the first, they're not the second, they're not the third, but yet they are now they are the ultimate truth keepers, and they are only ones who have morality of knowing what is right and what is wrong. The question be, what we are witnessing today, is that politics? So is all really fair in politics? And before you answer, I also want to give you a little bit of history. in the time in the 1983, is it 83 or 89 election, 1999, 18, 1999, 97 election, is it 97, 83?
It's
Okay,
98.
I'm not trying to, I can't put the date right now. I think it's the three election between Awolowo. Awolowo could have taken the law into his hands because all would have been fair, because by whichever means they calculated it, Awolowo was power with Shagari. So, but he didn't see it as a real reason to become troublesome and cause, he didn't think all is fair. He allowed, even though the appeal court, after ruling against that Shagari won the election, they still ruled, said that nobody should quote this afterwards as the so. Is all really fair in politics in Nigeria, or is it that we have been he's exaggerating what goes on?
Wow. Well, I think what I would say, KJ, I think the problem is you, because yes, if somebody say all is fair in politics, that cannot be correct, because to start with, there is what is called rule of law. So you can't break a law and say it's fair. So what's the difference between you and criminal? And I think for us to carry that, it should be a pushback and not an argument. Because when people, and I always say that the truth is, in Nigeria, you see somebody in a very big position, it doesn't mean anything. It does not mean anything, absolutely nothing. It doesn't mean that the guy knows what he's doing. It doesn't even mean that, okay, the guy knows anything that you don't know. It doesn't mean that the guy means well. It doesn't mean that the guy is experienced. We know that there's somebody who is an Okada rider, with no disrespect to Okada riders, that he didn't even know. I'm sure maybe he's in the House of Reps or House of Senate. That's the kind of society we live. So even if the president says something like this, I should know better. You should know better, KJ. You should know better, because there are rules and regulations in every society. Even two people sitting on this panel, are there no rules? Is everything fair on this panel, KJ? I'm asking you. Have you not taken people out?
Are you asking me to?
Yes, I'm asking you. It's not a rhetorical question.
Oh no! If there's a rule, just like you said, the panel has the platform.
Why then on our own panel we have rules? Then why are we going to sit and start arguing that all is fair in politics?
You know why we're going to say that? Because the person who has spoken that his word is law in Nigeria. That's why we're talking about it. So he woke up. He woke up and said, subsidy is gone, and today we don't, not even with any legislation, subsidy was gone. So if he said all is fair in politics, probably that's what he's telling his people to do. What is you and I position in this case?
Okay, so you've just made my point, KG. Okay. Is what is law is because all of us have abdicated responsibility, even the responsibility of analytical thinking. In Hausa, there's a proverb that mafaɗin tawawa ne majinta ba wawa bane, alluding to statements. If the person making the statement is a fool, you that is the receiver of that statement, you shouldn't be a fool also. It's a stupid statement. We shouldn't sit. And the reason why that statement can be altered is because of this attitude. A madman said something, and we, the same people, are now sitting down and debating it. The reality is that somebody will say subsidy is gone because we've abdicated our responsibilities. We just like to judge and complain. You know, I mean, the reality is that there is no country that will move forward if just because they say, oh, I'm elected as the leader, and then you don't push back. Have your son or daughter never complained to you that that is not fair? You've never had that statement? At least in my house, my kids, at least at that level, they say, no, 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 daddy, that's not fair. At least. So, look, we shouldn't be doing this, honestly. It's just disheartening that this is the topic we will take and be discussing. To start with, who is this guy? On what basis? Just because he's there. We should push back. We are not even playing politics in Nigeria, because for you to have real politics, you have to have concerned citizens, active citizens. And we are the big failure in the country. We are the big failure. Yesterday we were talking about it. Elections will happen. Everybody will turn a blind eye. They will be complaining, they rig it, they rig it. What part are you going to play in stopping the rigging so that tomorrow you won't get somebody who will tell you all is fair in politics? Well, that's my point, actually. And,
so, what will be your solution to what you just said now? What is the solution for Nigerian people going forward?
Okay, the starting point, KJ, is there is noise. We all know what noise is. Something that does not make any sense, doesn't add value. It's not music, it's not statement, it's not knowledge, it's noise. It's noise. What are you supposed to do to noise? The solution is we should be better. We are very, I wouldn't use the word irresponsible, but you know, we all have gone to school, and I take it for granted that yes, the schools we all went to, it's an imperialist school. But the good news is that the same people who fought for our independence went through that same school, and they saw that the fact that the white man is ruling us is not good enough. They fought for our independence. You know, for us to sit and allow another black stupid person to be ruling us and be taking a statement, it's not the way forward. The solution is for us to be wiser, to leave the noise and focus on the real issues. The real issue is the election that is coming.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you, Masca. Let me allow Mr. James, who wants to leave the office, to speak to us before leaving, so I can conclude on his.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. James. Sorry, KJ. Before, I just want to put also on the table all these people that will come here and will be talking from both sides of their mouth. Today they are Nigerians, tomorrow they are Biafrans. They are also part of the problem. Okay? People need to take a decision. Where are you? If we know that you don't want to be a Nigerian, let it be clear. Tear your passport. Go and find your solution somewhere. If you are a Nigerian, be a Nigerian.
Bro, they have asked you what is the solution. The solution to that contraction is divided. But your people and your brothers will not agree. Your people will not agree. Your people are the one that made us to be in this contraption. Your father, the one is the one that went to war for us to be one. If we had listened to Juku, we won't be talking about this thing. Okay? The perfect solution is divide the God down the nation.
Hold on. You see, please don't jump. You see, you can always wait. When he finishes making his point, you have your opportunity to speak. Now, if you speak this way, we will not hear you, we will not hear him, and the person who has the right to speak will not even have to listen to speak. So relax, calm down. I will give you time to speak when he is done. Okay. Right now, Masca, you want to see? Hold on. Let's Mr. James make his. He wants to leave the office. He's waiting for us.
Let him conclude.
Thank you. Go ahead, James.
No. Finish what you
said. KJ, I've only spoken once.
Yes, I'm coming to you as soon as Mr. James finishes. I noticed that. Please, pardon me.
Thank you very much. the country is in a very funny situation. On this platform, I've always maintained that the country is beyond redemption. If we are to redeem the country at all, we need some extraordinary measures. During the June 12th Wahala, remember, though I was not in the country, Babangida had cause to step aside, to use this word, said stepped aside. There was a special agreement among Nigerians that brought Shuneko as a temporary head of state. The forthcoming election should be cancelled completely. There's no need for that election. It's going to plunge the country into crisis. They should cancel it and come up with a solution, a temporary solution like that of Shuneko, to work out the modalities on how to resolve these issues. If we cannot make any progress, then we dismember the country completely. Let every man go his way. And this is the time for leaders of thought in the country, the different ethnic groups, to be collaborating with neighboring ethnic groups to see how the people can be governed should the country collapse. Because I don't want a situation whereby we will slide into the crisis, or we'll be grappling with what Southern Sudan went through or still going through up to now. So this is I don't want to say much because there's no point. Anyway, the country is irredeemable. We should work out the modalities to see what we can do to salvage whatever we can salvage. And if we cannot, we pack up the country completely. We can work out special arrangements. So this is just the point. The next election is a scam. It has already been rigged. So why are we deceiving ourselves? The country is rotting. There's nobody that comes here every day, and in fact, on other platforms, that says anything good about Nigeria. The judiciary, the transportation network, the health facilities, water supply, justice system, the schools. The entire country is an advanced stage of moral decay. So what are we talking about? If we cannot patch up everything, we better pack it up and go our separate ways. Nigeria is not the first country to break up. The Ottoman Empire collapsed and republics appeared in Eastern Europe. India and Pakistan were in the same country. They had cause to part in 1947. Even after Pakistan parted with India, Bangladesh break away from Pakistan. I mean, these things have been happening in human history. It's not compulsory that we must be together. So good night, everybody. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. You were in fact, the very first person who was on this platform, and I really appreciate you always being here to judge with us. Once we are judged, we will not have any need to war. Thank you, sir, and have a good night in your end. Whilst we try to round up. I don't know what Mr. Osi said that they say you should repeat again, but when it gets your turn, you probably repeat that. Let me go to Jagun. Jagun, so far you have been following development. What says thou?
A lot. I've been listening. And nothing is easy. Nothing that we are saying is easy.
Okay, sorry, Jagun, let me ask you this before you continue. And that's a serious question I want you to consider. I like what Masca says, and that is that we should just be one Nigeria or you not be a Nigerian. Here is my question to you, Jagun. Since even those of us on this panel have traced the problem with Nigeria and the fault lines, which everybody knows, why is it that those who want us to remain one Nigeria are failing to address those fault lines since it has been discovered and is still causing this problem, this much division among Nigerians? Why have they refused to address the fault lines that is running across Nigeria all to tomorrow? Instead, they tell you that dividing Nigeria is being in one Nigeria is a tag. Yes. Why are they not addressing, since they so love to be in one Nigeria, or the
let me come forward.
Addressing the fault lines?
Okay, listen, you know, in real terms, I don't like the word Biafra, but every Nigerian is a Biafran. It's only that the Igbos didn't invite us all to be in Biafra. Every Nigerian is a Biafra. The way I understand Biafra and the cause, I think the cause is saying, I am not a part of this madness, is what Biafra is underlining. This state of the country is mad. Not that we ourselves as Igbos or people of the East are not a part of it, but not a part of the mayhem. But we realize that this country is not functioning. This is why we have the duplicity of those who call themselves Biafrans and not Nigerians necessarily. And whilst that brings complications that are at the frustration of people like Masca and myself, we must be able to stand back and look at it for what it is and understand that, boy, me as a Yoruba man, it'd be like, say, this country is idiotic. Am I idiotic as well? Why do I want to be an idiot? I don't want to be an idiot. But a country is idiotic. No two ways. We are always making the wrong decisions. Now, we make the wrong decision. I'll tell you why. Because of the level of selfishness and the fact that, as somebody mentioned, Nigeria is not a country. It's a game. Nigeria is a game of winner takes all. And once we're locked into this frame, as James always underlines, it's unredeemable. It's unredeemable. These are facts. These are realities. The level of confusion in our country depicts the level of confusion Black people have all over the world. I think Osewe can underline that as the largest Black nation in the world, we need to take our responsibility. And this is why, me for one, don't want the country to break up, because the country breaking up makes us all weaker. It makes us weaker in the standing of the world. It makes us weaker in terms of a representation for Black people in a justified manner in this world. If we realize, we are saying how to realize our politics. Our politics really is played outside of the country, and we should take those things on board and champion them. If we look at the world of Black people, we are all suffering from identity crisis in the Caribbean, in America, in South America. Deep identity crisis we're suffering from. And as much as this is the case, we as Nigerians, or the leadership of Nigeria, should be able to look at this and say, because we are so numerous, ethnically, sorry about that. Because we are so numerous, we have answers. The answers to a lot of the Black problems in the world are actually in Nigeria. Now, whilst we would always say, the white man put us together, and start our silly complaining, what we're supposed to do is actually analyze why. Why is Nigeria important? Why are so many ethnicities lumped together? Why are we in this predicament? We're not trying to answer these questions. Because if we answer them for ourselves, we'll answer them for the rest of the world. It's very simple. But we don't see that. What we see is that we must fight. We must be ignorant. We must separate. We must kill each other, which is the Black problem. This country that I live in England, my family, my children, my family, my friends' children, I do not see in them the problems that befall Black UK. I see that most of the children of my generation, they're getting on with life pretty well. They're either educated or they're skilled and they're honest. They're getting on with life. They're doing it. However, bruh, if you look at the bigger picture, it's disgusting, because the majority of the Black boys and girls in this country are rotten. They're out there killing each other, literally killing each other. And you will hear them when they're speaking, they make no sense. So what politics in the UK does is to depict these miscreants as the black community. So they give us all a bad name. All of us. I mean, I don't believe that we're thinking in that country called Nigeria. I think we're just so immersed in our own individual politics that we can't come together. We refuse to come together. So what do? We give everybody a bad name. Nigeria is, as much as we know that we are strong people, we have deep societies in terms of culture. We have deep history. As much as we know all these things that may make us proud, the fact of the matter is the majority of us, no, not the majority of us, as a practice of Nigerianism is to be a criminal. I'm a criminal. You mean Nigeria? Don't go there. Nigerians, everyone's afraid of us. Why? Because we have criminal intention, selfish criminal intention in order to get on for ourselves as individuals. We don't think for the collective. We do not protect the widow. We do not seek to look at the orphan who no longer has parents. We don't care for the downtrodden. In fact, we are part of the people who are treading them down. You see, with all these levels, we're not going nowhere. When Masker spoke as he did, the reaction from our brother, let me see his name. Obison. His reaction was visceral, but it wasn't, to me, it wasn't unwarranted. What he had to, it wasn't unwarranted. It was a part of the discussion. That whilst you're saying we are double-mouthed, and I agree with Masker, Obisa has a point. There's a point. It wasn't it you people that did X, Y, Z. It's a valid point. You can't throw it away. So, you know, we are in a schism, and we are about to lose who it is we are. What I'm saying, I'm in the UK, and in this place called the UK, I think more than anywhere else in the world, much more than America, we here in the UK have a look upon every nation in the world. We can see clearly, we can see better. Not all of us, but those of us who are paying attention, if you're looking, you will see the world clearly. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. America is a second-rate country. It doesn't have the history. America's been there, 250 years? And it's been running the world for about 150 of those years. Not even 100, maybe 100 and such of those years. England had their regime for over 600 years, if not more. And they kept it tight, kept it tidy for themselves. For themselves. So when you look at the British or the English history, and you see what they've been able to do all the way around the world, and how they've been able to tie everything up nicely. They put their culture inside, they put their language inside, they put their way of living inside everywhere in the world for well over 250 years.
You can see me with my tie.
You see yourself. You see, with all these levels of depth of complication, I'm telling you for free, I know Nigeria can leapfrog over every country. We can just leapfrog over China. We can leapfrog over China. Wait, please, if I may, just make my analysis. There is a way that we do not communicate correctly. It is our communication with each other that is our deepest failing. We don't know how to communicate, as you said at the beginning of this topic. You said that we don't speak without abuse. And I told you that being me, I'm one for abuse. I'd abuse anyone. Why? Because we are an abusive lot. And we don't deal with the subject at hand without emotion. We don't do that. We don't know how to do it. Let alone we don't do it. We don't know how to. All I'm saying is that there is a serious reason for us to keep Nigeria as one. However, what we are up against, we're not just up against our own government, or if that's what people are thinking. By the time you take Tinubu out, if we're ever successful at that, then we've got a bigger fight. We've got a much bigger fight after that. The fight doesn't end there. That's just the beginning. That's just the beginning.
Okay.
So, I think we here on this platform, I believe we got a serious responsibility, and I don't know whether or not we are taking that responsibility, or whether or not we are just speaking about our own individual circumstances.
All right.
You.
Thank you so much. And Osi, you just hold on. I will come to you. Maybe you and Master very last. Let me go to Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, you tell us. You've been following the discussion so far, and I agree a lot with what Jagun said. But I'll ask you the same question. If we really truly want to be in one Nigeria, what makes the Nigerian people or the Nigerian government, whose people are complaining of one injustice or the other? Now, I'm not only saying the south, the east. I'm saying almost every part of Nigeria, and now I can go around. The people in the southern Kaduna people are complaining against the north. Okay, the people in the Bruno what they call it empire, the Kanu Empire has problem with other parts. The people, the Adamawa people, the Bachamas have problem with the other people. Okay, if you go towards Sokoto side, they also have their own issue. I don't know that. I don't have that very well. If you come to the Middle Belt, the Plateau people have problem with the settlers who are also there in Plateau State, who is causing problems. If you go to Benue, there's problems. The T people have problem with the Domas. If you go to, if you come down to the east, the majority of the people in the east, they have problem, with the people of Ebonyi. Ebonyi people, especially with this masquerade called David Omai, is making more problem, creating more problem for the people of that side. So if you go to Niger Delta, they have problem. The Ogoni has problem. The Shekiri have problem. The so everywhere in Nigeria is either dispute on land or on resources or on the way the resources are divided or the way appointments are given. What stopped the people of Nigeria, the government bodies, not sitting and saying, okay, we want to be one Nigeria. Everybody bring your problem, let's solve it in one go so that we all can have harmony. And I give you an example, so before you answer. There's a small state in America called Delaware. Delaware is a very strategic state that if you want to win the presidency of America, you must touch your leg in Delaware. You must have to campaign. And some people ignore the size of the state and they suffered consequence for it. Why is that we cannot craft something that can make every part of Nigeria, whether the tribe is 5 or they are 10, to be important in the scheme of things? And those who are complaining of marginalization being taken care of, why is that a wrong thing to do?
Okay, KJ, I really appreciate you and some of you guys that comes here every day to speak. And if you're listening to people around, you can see so many people are even getting tired of talking about Nigeria. And I think you answered the question yourself. Because when you mention how many people that hate themselves, we don't like ourselves in Nigeria. Yoruba don't like Hausa, Hausa don't like Igbo, just like the little quarrel now in the studio. And we don't actually want to address it. Because why? Of the hate. People have died. A lot of betrayal have happened among us. During the war, Why is it that, okay, let's say after the war, why is it that people of Nigeria have never for one day advocated for let us have a public holiday for the people that died in Biafran war? Why do they hate Southeast when they talk about the war? Why is it like is Igbo thing? Are we not Nigerians? This is where the hate starts. If you don't recognize what you're supposed to do as one Nigeria that you said we want to be, because it seems like people are just so scared to let go. That is one of the problems. We hate ourselves. Whether you like it or not, KJ, we hate ourselves. And let me tell you one thing you should understand. Even I wanted to talk about the political part of what is the objective of political parties in Nigeria, PDP and APC. Just like in America, when you have a Democrat and a Republican, at least you know what they want. But in Nigeria, they are just forming group of gangsters where to make themselves rich. Anybody in Nigeria, once you are born, you are your own local government chairman. A normal Nigerian person don't even know that government have a responsibility over any Nigerian citizen. A lot of blood has been spilled in that country. Nigeria can never be one, whether you like it or not. Bank me on it. Why I say this? If you want Nigeria to be one, that means you have to go with the route of Singapore. Now, tell me who in Nigeria will allow their tribesmen to be unalived for Nigeria to be good? No one. Because when you want to unalive my own thief, I will tell you, what about your own thief? It can't. So until we start actually recognizing and fighting for each other, that is one thing you should understand. Whether Nigerians want it or not, or the ones that say that they are Nigerians, I identify myself, I'm an Igbo person. It's only a tree that hears that is going to be cut down and still stand. Until we recognize one thing, to start fighting for each other. Nigerians by now should be on the street talking about Nnamdi Kanu coming out of prison. No one is doing it. Because what? It's not from my tribe. People should be talking about how many millions of people that were starved during the war, children that died of kwashiorkor. No Nigerians is talking about that. And they think that when I'm like this, my father told me about what happened to them, and I'll come and smile to Nigerian government. It doesn't work. Whether you want to close it or not, at least give us a public holiday. We decided to even put a holiday to call it a Heroes Day. Yet they still want to take that one away. South Africa is teaching their kids about apartheid.
Are they?
Because they don't want it to happen again. You educate people about what happened in the country so that people will learn, so that you can correct the narrative. Now we are growing up. We decide to design the narrative ourselves.
Obi-Wan, can I please ask a question? I apologize for. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you tell me, given where you are in your mind about the suffering we're obviously going through in Nigeria and the way the East look at Nigeria as a whole, do we believe, given the way the world is, and if we understand what's going on in the world, the fact that they have a different plan, and the weaker individual countries are, the better that plan would work for them? How sits Nigeria under a breakup when there's a greater regime looking to just pick us all off? How does that work in the benefit of Nigeria, given your symposium that Nigeria can never work?
Jagun, it's better I am small and strong than big and useless.
Sure.
That's one thing you should understand. As we are 200, more than 230 million, what are we producing? Some of us are even ashamed to say we are from Nigeria. Whenever you say you're a Nigerian, either they see you as a drug dealer or a 419, or there's nothing good about that giant that is sleeping. That is the most disappointing part of the whole thing. People are so scared to let go. The problem, we keep repeating this thing every day and every day, but yet when it comes to an Igbo person, Yoruba don't want to stand on the gap. When it comes to a Yoruba person, Igbo doesn't want to stand on gap. When it comes to Hausa person, no other person wants to stand. How are we going to move on? It can't work. It will never. At some point, everybody will understand what I'm saying. Because the more you keep forcing it, the more I will keep remembering what happened, and yet I'm expecting you to apologize, but you don't want to apologize. By now, Nigerian government should actually make sure that they recognize the war that happened. And it was my grandfathers that died, for God's sake. If this thing happened, if there was a civil war that happened in Yoruba land, and at the end of the day, after the whole thing, and Igbos are pushing one Nigeria one, wouldn't you, as a Yoruba person, are you going to be happy smiling at me, knowing that I know that they were bombing my grandparents and I did not come out to speak on behalf of you? That is the problem some of us don't understand. You think that the wound has healed. No, it hasn't. We carried it out from our mother's womb. It's still fresh. It's still fresh. But they don't want to address it. Why? Because they don't want Africa to grow. If we divide, let me tell you, that is when you see how we will blossom. If we divide, that is when Africa will be free. We don't have common understanding within ourselves. You can tell that. We don't, and a person from the north don't have the same mindset somebody from Igbo person now, because number one is that, okay, now, why can't Nigerians advocate for the fact that Igbos are the ones that are doing business? Why can't you give them seaport? Why is everything centered on a particular place? Like after the war, you are still scared of what these people is going to do. And that's why you keep shooting yourself in your foot, because you don't want Nigeria to divide. But you can see something that can develop this same Nigeria, yet you don't want to do it. Yoruba people don't trade. Hausa people here, I think they are into marketing or something. Like when I'm talking about in a bigger scale, like on a Shame market. I know everybody can do business.
You see, I don't want to interrupt you.
I don't want also to go to another debate so that we don't.
Yeah, but that statement was very
I'm
wrong.
sorry, maybe I didn't get it, but I'm talking about what I meant is, I think that if Nigeria is really, really serious about for the country to grow, I think that it should be fair enough to bring everybody together and speak about the problem that we have. The more we keep running away to talk about it because we are scared that what happened will repeat itself again, it will keep multiplying and multiplying. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Obison, what's your own thoughts? And then how will you round up your thoughts?
All right. I will start by saying the situation of Nigeria is delaying the evil day, which will eventually one day come. But do you know the people who don't believe in this one, your one Nigeria? They are your politicians. That is the reason why they steal what they steal, because they know that one day this country will eventually, the Arab man will say, "Kalas." They know that one day this country will eventually scatter. Our father Zeke, he said a broken bottle. Well, I don't know whether that's what he said. That was what they alluded to him, that a broken bottle has no mecquatarism. And I think Mr. James said it. The people who don't believe in your one Nigeria are your politicians, because they know that all these things they are stealing, at least the day the nation divides, nobody will call them into account. They know that, let me carry this one, go home. Those are the people who don't believe in one Nigeria. Otherwise, Why will somebody steal all the money he stole? You bring him to court, he fainted. They take him to the hospital, he walked home from the hospital, and nobody called to question. Nobody say, oh boy, you took our money. you fainted in the court. We'll go and break our money. Nobody. See what is going on with the PF, whatever I see, with Gbajabiamila. Even if you don't want to prosecute Gbajabiamila, okay, let me tell you, if Buhari had, and I don't know why Jonathan haven't conducted that constitutional conference. I don't know why in the last thing he didn't make it a law. Because if he had made it a law, maybe we wouldn't be here speaking. Maybe forcing us to be one agenda, maybe we would have been agreed to be forced into it. Somebody, it was Jago that said, "Oh, I want to be that big." What? Well, I don't want to repeat it, but the last speaker, Obi, said, "What has the size of the country brought us?" What? Dubai, UAE is 1 million citizens. The other people that made them 9 million are foreigners. But the people that claim to be indigenous are only 1 million. Qatar, how many are there? They are not even up to 2 million. But Qatar is a force to reckon with in the international community. So the size does not matter. What matters is what you can. And if Nigeria had, even if it is not pure division, everybody going your way, but that thing that Ojukwu advocated, that regional governance, everybody develop at your own pace. Even if our brothers in the north, because of religion, because the only thing dragging them back is religion. I went to Dubai. I saw a Muslim guy from Ghana. I called him. I said, "You're a Muslim?" Yeah. He said, "Yes." "You're from Ghana?" I said, "Yes." I said, "This country we are in, this UAE, is a Muslim nation. Why is this developed better than where we are coming from?" Why? I was in Dubai when they wanted to take it was Japan, 2021. When they brought out how many people that went into the moon, that thing took 7 months to go to space. They went to Japan and they shot them into the space. They shot that thing either in February or January. The thing I landed in the space in July. These are Muslims. And up until today, apart from Turkey, that is Islamic, even though, but they still want to use their Koni way and Islamize all of us. The solution, okay? Let me tell you what happened this past weekend. I saw in the Redeem did their convention this past weekend in Nigeria, okay? And I saw a bunch of Fulani people that were singing and rejoicing and dancing. Most of them dressed the way they dress. I begin to like these people again. I said, why are we killing ourselves? But if you want to kill me because you said the God I'm serving is a fake God, you want to kill me, why will I love you? I will not. I'm a Christian, yes. But I don't want to kill you because of your own God. I believe your own God is fake. But I leave you to worship him. You believe that my own God is fake. Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to force your own religion? Israel, Christianity is about proselytizing, okay? Hey, you preach to somebody, if they agree, fine. If they don't agree, you leave them. That's what our Lord Jesus told us. You go to any house, tell them peace be upon you. If there's a man of peace there, peace will remain. If you preach to them, they agree, fine. If they don't agree, leave them and go home. But your own,
Bye
you
bye,
said,
guys. I have to leave. Sorry, Thank you.
That's
Bye.
fine.
Who's that? What's he waiting?
It's Obi-Wan. I'm going. Thank you.
Obi-Wan.
Sorry.
You come to my house. You come to my house. You preach to me. I say, no, I don't like your own. You say you must. I will die. For what? So the way forward for that Nigeria, if they want to force us to be one, okay, bring all of us together. Bring all of us together. Let everybody say their grievance. Give me a minute. Bring all of us together. Let me tell my brother from North, from Yoruba, this is where I'm mad at you. You tell me your own. Then we shake hand. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't understand it this way. After at the end of the day, we all shake hands. We hug ourselves. And I say, okay, this is, after all, this country we are living in America, they when they were coming together, 13 of them came together and said, this is how we want to live. This is how we want to live. Now, America would have been speaking French, but for vote, they voted and said, what, even to the extent of the language they were going to speak, they voted for it. And they agreed that they were going to be speaking English and not French. Why are you forcing me to agree to what I don't want to agree? Instead of us to say, let us come to a table. Let us go to a round table. Okay, how do we divide this thing? Why do you have to take my oil, take the oil in my backyard, take everything in my backyard, go and be developing your own region?
Okay.
Let me land with this, please. It's important to me.
You've taken more than enough time now.
No. Obi,
No,
the other day, I don't know if you see Obi, Gregory Obi, Peter Obi showed people what a Yoruba forum tested, that do not allow Igbos to go, do not give them Porto. If they go, Lagos will follow. Okay, you know the importance of these people, and yet you are doing what you are doing. Oh, allow us go, no. Allow us stay, no. What do you want us to do?
All right, thank you. I think you've made a very valid point, and we'll leave it there for now. The discussion, like they said those days, when we used to dance a little bit, there's a song called "And the Beat Goes On." And it still goes on till today. I'm sure that Jagun remembers that song. And the beat goes on. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. You made a valid point. I don't want to discuss because I want to bring the show to a close. And we'll postpone that until all that you mentioned, which is something we've talked about here many times. OC, please, fire down.
KJ, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone has spoken. Hey, what? Okwebolo, you came late. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You see, it appears to me that ordinary Nigerians fundamentally do not really understand the importance, and I think Achagun touched on that earlier. We don't understand the importance of Nigeria to Black culture, and that's fundamental. Because to the African continent and to the entire future of humanity, Nigerians are not aware of how important Nigeria is to African culture and to the whole world. Let me tell you something, right? If you look at, there's an estimation by the year 2100, Africans are going to be 45% of the world population. By the year 2100, what does that mean? The implication of that is that when we have 11 billion people in the world, Africans will be 1.5 billion of it. So if you go around the world, you will see out of every 5 Black person you see, 3 of them or 4 of them will be Nigerians. So we have a very serious role to play in the history of Black people in this world. So when you sit with those numbers, KJ, and everyone listening to me, you realize that we are dealing with a very serious issue here because our people, we are trapped in a state of manufactured survival. And that is why this current reign of politics in Nigeria is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Because if you multiply 4 out of 5 people of Black people in the world being Nigerians, and we have this in 2026, this is not sustainable, KJ. So that's why I've always been promulgating and advocating that we must reclaim, as a matter of urgency, we must reclaim the undeniable fact that the project of Nigerianism, going by Jagu's word, Nigerianism, and that is very key to our identity as Nigerians. We must reclaim that on the global stage. And how do we start? By starting from now to tackle all these roadblocks. All these roadblocks. Because we cannot allow this decay to continue. However we will achieve this, countries have done it before, it has worked for them. We have to come together again. Again, this is not the time to start talking about this or that. I think it's high time we come together and figure out a way to kick out these people. If not, we have unconsciously or consciously put people in power that are bragging about making our life miserable.
All right. Thank you so much. I totally agree with you. And
Thank you, KJ.
Thank you for submission. Thank you for also being here and sharing your time with us. Yes, Jagun, you have spoken. So let me go to AY. And hopefully that AY will not. No. It's Masker. Masker. Yes.
No,
You
let
want to?
AY speak before me. No,
Okay, because. All right.
Just get it. I've spoken. Let him. I'll speak after him.
Go ahead, AY. You are muted.
One sec. I'm not sure what's going on. Can you hear me now?
You are back now.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, everyone from here. I've been listening to you guys' discussion. Okpawolo, younger brother, we need you in Edo State. Stop claiming Lagos. You cannot be burying yourself with her. You are claiming Lagos Island. That's a proof that Edo whole Lagos Island. We need to contest that. So the part of the discussion you guys had earlier as regard the Cardinal Onayeko. What happened with Cardinal Onayeko? It was a big disappointment the way the president addressed the bishop, specifically Cardinal Onayeko. I don't know most of the other bishops. The reason being that you've heard me talking about Cardinal Onayeko on this platform. He's one man I respect a lot, based on what he stands for. You know, when you compare him with other religious leaders in Nigeria, if it is one Jeho, Tinubu treated in that manner, I will not even have problem with it, because most of the Jeho, they are politicians themselves. But if you know Nigeria from 99, Cardinal Naiko is one religious leader that has been very, very consistent in critiquing government. Either you are Muslim, Christian, Yoruba, Igbo, he doesn't care. You know, he speaks up when he needs to speak up. So I think with that, nobody should think Cardinal Yeko because he's supporting a particular candidate. No, he's not. I know he's not. He has been very consistent from Obasanjo to Yaradua to Goodluck to Buhari. He always speaks up. He doesn't care. Except there is something that is going on that I don't know. I think the president really, he did not really show leadership, in that discussion. I will expect him to at least address their concern, give them hope, because they are speaking for millions of people. The Catholic bishop, they are speaking of over 30 million people. This is the truth. So you have to address their concern. So that's a very low one from the president, to be honest. Then KJ, one issue I had with you on when you were showing the video where the pastor from River State was threatening the government, threatening he was going to do this and that. Are you also telling me that you are okay for a particular religion to be dropping into buses all over the country, disturbing people's peace? You are okay with it? Is that what you are saying from the video? You see, Nigeria, the hypocrisy in us. I actually listened to this to that video on one channel where a lot of people were supporting the man. That's not how to behave. That's not how to run a country. Even if you are a Christian, first of all, Nigeria is not for only Christian. It's not for only Muslims. It's not for all. We have traditional worshippers. So when a boss want to move from Lagos to Kano and you do it that, it's not okay. And of course, you think it's okay. I'm very sure if it was another religious group that were doing that, you criticize it. So this is the problem I have with Nigeria. Let's try to be objective. Let's try to deal with issue the way they come. The last one is the Biafra thing, where Mr. Mascal mentioned that you need to stay in one place. If you want to be in Biafra, agitate for Biafra, stay there. Then stay away from Nigeria topic. I actually agree to that. That's a fact. Don't pick and choose. If somebody like me, if I start agitating for my people, I will agitate to the end. Even if my father is the president, I will tell my father, this is what I want. I will tell him I'm not interested in this, your government. I will tell him this is what I want. I don't think Moscow was on point. Because you see, why I laugh when Nigeria looking for division. Nigeria are very disingenuous people, man. The person looking for division, looking for Biafra, for example, when you give the person Biafra, he's gonna do worse things that the government are doing today. He's gonna do worse things that the Nigerian people are facing. I don't have doubt about that. This has happened. Go and read the history when we had the eastern region and the western region, what happened to the minority. That tells you what Nigeria are capable of doing. Read the history, what the Yoruba did to the Midwest people, and read the history, what the Biafra, what the Igbo people did to the Niger Delta people. Then you will know this is just the reality. So for me, I would really love to see Nigeria that work, a Nigeria where everybody will come together, where we don't define who the leader is, if it's Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Kanuri, or wherever. This is what in Nigeria where you will have justice. That justice we need to all come together and fight for it. Because I personally don't believe, except you can convince me that even if you split Nigeria into 10 places, I don't think it's the solution. This is my own personal view. I don't see any solution there because I know my people. Nigerians, we even divide up to local government. Even we that come here to speak, we pretend. Even in our villages, you know what is going on. We will pretend that no, all is well because my village, we are the same people. No, it's the division is still there. It's just who we are. Me, I've come to accept that. But for the Nigeria project, we need to all work together to make sure the country work. You know, if you choose to agitate, I'm not saying don't agitate. I think, sorry, KJ, let me just drop this. I think we should include referendum in the constitution. If a group of people decide to insist they want to move, put that a referendum. Nigeria is not negotiable. I'm not part of it. If I'm in government today, I will open up that constitution. If any group decide to leave and you conduct a referendum, the referendum is successful, let them move. In fact, as a matter of fact, those that choose to stay with Nigeria, even if they are from that particular tribe, let them be part of Nigeria. Let everybody have freedom. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, AY. And even though you deviated from our topic, I will leave it that way. But I just want to let you know, those days when we used to be in primary school, we used to say, don't point your finger, because when you point one like this, the other three are pointing back at you. So that if you don't want the Christians to preach in buses, also remove your megaphones that you put over your mosque. I lived in two places where the megaphones, my house was the next one closest to the mosque. I never complained because I know they are praying to God. But not every other member of that estate loved it. And many times we had meetings and the people wanted to go fight the mosque. And I said to them, no, these people are praying. If they were people hiding there to come and do harm to the estate, you can complain. But since they are praying, just allow them. Just know that by the time they wake up to pray at 5, you say wake up and do your own prayer. So they help you to wake up. So everybody can live in harmony.
KJ, sorry.
I allow you to talk. Okay. Now, if you say that the people shouldn't preach in the buses, I've not heard any driver who said it's because of the preaching that he had an accident. I've not had anybody who said because of the preaching, the motor didn't get to his point. Rather, when people pray for them and go, they have more confidence that God is going with them. And if the Muslim brothers and sisters want to also join in that, they can equally go and get their space in that bus parks. When the boss want to speak, go. If the Christians finish preaching, they praying. The Muslims equally come and pray. Nothing, no problem. Hey, all of us are praying. You pray for your people, or pray for those who want to accept it, and those who want to the Christian prayer will equally listen to it. This, if we do give and take, Nigeria will move forward. I don't know any place where somebody have gone to pray. He was praying a Muslim prayer, and then the people, when he just finished praying, hot water poured the people who are not Muslims. I've not seen it before, and I've not seen where a Christian went to pray, and when he finished praying, hot water poured on those who are not Christians. I've not seen it before. So why there so much noise about this, except to use it as a places of division? That's how I see it. And the other questions you raised, the question is, if we are human beings, even you who is married, no matter what, whether you marry under customary law or not, or under the church or the Muslim this thing or not, if your wife, who is a human being, is complaining to you that I don't like this way these things are going, you don't dismiss her. You say, okay, you sit down. If it becomes a serious issue, you will sit down to find a way forward. Unless it comes to a place where it's called irreconcilable difference, then everybody can now go their way. So that's what we're saying. People have been complaining, and I didn't reduce it to only Igbos. I said almost every part of Nigeria is complaining one thing or the other. So let's all sit down. That's how people solve problems. Let's sit down. Okay, this is what you are complaining, what you are complaining. Which is the way forward? Let's talk about it. And then if we cannot find a peaceable way to go forward, then we can equally decide to do a confederacy, which is what we're already practicing. That's what we're already practicing. It's not central government we're practicing. Okay, we're already practicing that now. Everybody run their own government. So, and then we can always have something at the center that will protect everybody. Anyway, that's just my own thing. Maska, you may want to come in now to round this up because I need to take my son somewhere.
All right, thank you, KJ. Well, I would only repeat some of the things I've said. Look, I'm too old now to be deceived. Yes, Jagun, I've seen a lot, and I'm grateful to God because, you see, it's a tragedy when you get old and you still fall for, when you are young, when they want to collect something, they will point that aircraft, you raise your head, and then the thing has gone. It will be a disaster if, as an old man, they will still be doing that boju for you. Any Nigerian that thinks that his problem is the Hausa person, I think it's a complete disappointment. Or an Igbo man that thinks that Yoruba man, the average Yoruba man, is his problem. Or me, a Hausa man, to think that the Igbo man is is my problem. That's a disaster. And unfortunately, because intellectually, most of us are very lazy. Even at the highest level, you hear something inside the bus, you don't push back, you don't check, you just take it like that. Any small visit to the north will show you that, look, this is not land of milk and honey. If there's any place in Nigeria that is pulverized, it's the north. The idea that somebody would sit somewhere and think that, oh, these people are my problem, they are the ones that don't want to split. Like an average Nigerian is just deceiving himself. The people that don't want to split this country are the ones that are milking the country. And they are Igbo, they are Hausa, they are Yoruba from time immemorial. This is the truth, whether we like it or not. And the other problem also, even if the Southeast break up as a country, the reality is that I live here in Abuja. You will see Anambra people doing their own Anambra Day event. Division with human beings is always a natural thing. The issue we keep missing as human beings is this concept of progression. We want to remain where we are. You know, we are trying to remain in our tribal enclave, but if we see motor that is a development, we want to use it. If we see aeroplane, we see AI, we want to join into all these developmental things. We don't want to develop as a people to see even beyond these tribal lines. We want to remain in our tribal enclave. And the reality is that it's unfortunate, because every country that you take, every single country that you take, there are divisions there. There are divisions. And if you check the history of society, it didn't come because, oh, we like ourselves, so let's stay together. No. Chances are that, okay, you're staying somewhere and the water finish, you migrate, you move, and when you go, you may go and have to cohabit with other people, whether you like them or not. That is a growth mindset that we, and I think not just only Nigerians, most of Africa has refused to understand that there's no country. If we take Switzerland, they are all different people. If you take Malaysia, there's Chinese, there is Malay, there's Indian there. But people have realized that, okay, look, let's even if you go to Iraq, people think that it's all one people. It's not. It's not. The England we talk about, Jagun is here. The Englishman sees himself as a distinct person. The Irish person sees himself as a distinct person. How long did the Irish fight to go? For a very long time. This history that is for us is not a unique history. We try to make it look as if it's just we're the only people that have this issue. Rather than be complaining and crying every day, just like you keep saying, KJ, let's step back, look at the issues. The first issue, if you ask me in my mind, the first issue is to really dissect the real cause of the problem. I like Alaba. He simplifies things. There are enemies within. If you go to the southeast now, the reason why southeast is not making progress, it's not any Hausa man, it's the southeastern governors. They are the enemies within. Why Nigeria is not working is because there are enemies within us. This is just the simple reality. It's not like because I'm Hausa, Igbo.
All right.
So I would always look, the differences are there, but I always insist that it's important to do your analysis. The cause and effect sometimes may differ. The same brother here, this Obison, was talking about he was in UAE. Even the UAE, there are 9 separate emirates. There are 9 separate emirates. It's not like they are one group of people. They have their differences. And they are a Muslim country. If you think there's problem with Islam, it's a Muslim country. So you should see that the problem is not, we need to sit and understand what we're doing. If you know, I'm sure UKJ will know this. Malam Aminu Kano, what was his clarion call? He keeps talking about the Talakawas. If you come to the north, there is the feudal lords and there is the poor people. It's not like it's one hegemony, one good group of people that everybody is enjoying each other. No. And that's why sometimes even the people that keep talking, I don't like it because it's very selfish. Okay, so an Igbo man sorts out Biafra, he's happy. What happens to the man in Benue State? What happens to the Idoma man in Benue State? We don't care. What kind of human beings are we that we don't have empathy? If I'm a dominant tribe, I would want to use my energy, my dominance to help the minorities, to stay and balance the whole thing and make sure everything works. But anyway, it's a long journey. It's a long journey to Uhuru.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate your time.
JJ, give me 1 minute now.
What?
1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Masker. You have only 1 minute. I need to run off.
Yeah. So you see what you said, right? See, for me, I've always, my stand is when it comes to religion is a personal thing. I have said remove religion from public domain in Nigeria. The microphone, either from Muslim, from Christian, stop it.
Actually, Fashola was able to stop some of this stuff because we keep going. Stop disturbing people, religion in public. If you go to advanced country, people don't do that. You have to keep religion in your religious center in your home. Finish. Let's deal with issues. Okay, the issue of Muslim people discussing it. We know very well Tinubu does not care about any religion.
If it was a Christian,
Hold on. Let me finish this. KJ, let me finish this. I feel some of these stuffs are distraction. You see, we need to get focused if we want this to change. In the couple, since Tinubu was governor, there were issue of Tinubu is not educated. Tinubu is this. They don't help. In the last election, Tinubu did not attend Chicago University. To me, they are distraction. To me, personally, they are distraction. We should focus on the message to the people. If you want to remove Tinubu from office, those stuff will not remove him. Even if you find out today, Tinubu did not attend any university, there is nothing anybody can do because the law protects him. For me, these are distractions. So Muslim ticket, I don't give a damn about it. Christians, wherever ticket they want to do, I just want to see Nigeria working. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, AY, and I like your conclusion, and that is why we will leave it. I just want to say this. You see, the purpose of coming here for us to run these ideas together is to see whether we can even find a ground where we all can agree. But so far, we've not been able to find a ground where all of us can agree because of one simple reason. Everybody is holding on to their own ground. We know what the problems are. And just like Jagun used to say, all of you know what the problem is. All of us. Nobody who is older than 25 years in Nigeria who does not know where the problem is. We all know. We all know that the country is tilting towards one direction. You see, Maska said something interesting. If you come to the north, you have the Talakawas, you have the distance. In the east, you don't have any Talakawas. There's no rich and poor. There's no division. In the east, we believe that if you struggle hard, you can always, make your life better for yourself. We don't have some group of people who are Talakawa while the other ones are the big ones. No, we don't have it. And I don't know about the Yoruba society that much. But even in the middle belt, you don't have that kind. In fact, let me tell you, there's a thief saying that says that your grandfather, if your grandfather was rich, you yourself should now join the order. You don't enjoy the society twice in the distance. So you find out that most times, just like even the Igbos, if today AY you are the governor of your state, we're not going to be hoping that your son will come and take over and become governor also. You have governed, let other people also govern. That's our policy. We don't say, okay, Nnamdi Azikiwe, you are the one who made Igbos to be. So Nnamdi Azikiwe's children will continue to be governor of Eastern. No, have you seen any of them? But it goes to other people. That's how we believe in fairness. And even what we are saying, just like people say, if your group don't want to fight for independence to be free, why do you want to stop us from looking for it? I'll give you an example, and why we complain so much. I'll give you an example with this video, and that's why we wrote the cutting for today.
My name is Emeka Victali. This is a powerful changeover system that can be activated just by dialing a number. Once I call this phone you see here, it will be activated. And once it is activated, it will send current to this mechanism you see here, making it to change to generator or NEPA. And this is a powerful innovation that can be activated in anywhere you are in the country just by dialing a number. You can activate your house light just by dialing a number. And I'll test it and show how it works now. I'm calling this phone you see here, looking at this phone to see what will happen. Once call comes, see, it has been activated. This phone is receiving call. This is a powerful, advanced, sophisticated technology that I do to prevent emergency fire outbreak. And this is a very good, nice innovation. And my WhatsApp number is 080-211-63211. If you can sponsor me, I'm here for everybody. And please don't forget to share this video so that it will go viral, so that people will know that I'm the actual person that invented this in the whole world. And the reason why I make this video again is to showcase that it's not a fake, it's really working. You can see the back, because there are people that ask me and say that this, I should turn.
Okay, that is one of our brothers. And these inventions are so many in the East. There is a generator that runs with not water. This time, just like they drop it like your what they call a step down. It just in your house, doesn't make noise, doesn't make any. There is supply. So we have multiple inventions that can be brought to the international, to the national level, and make our country better. But policy now allow these young people bring it to the center. Again, as we round off for today, here is what I said earlier. This is Dr. Rudolph reporting for the election that went on some years ago, and we're saying on this same election that is coming, we'll be glad if we have our sponsors to be on ground to make sure that we cover blow-to-blow accounts of what is happening and how it's happening and where it is happening. And this channel will be running almost 24 hours after when the election starts to give you all that is happening in real time. So we are out there. Please support and let us help to make. That's our own contribution to making sure that the truth comes to light in Nigeria and that Nigeria becomes a better nation for all of us. All right. Having said that, okay, you don't speak English. All right. So on that faithful note, we'll round it up here now. And thank you, Jagu. Jagu, thank you for all your time. Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Obison. Thank you. You came and you stayed throughout. We will get to know your name as you keep coming. Please,
Yeah, no
we'll be here
problem.
again next week and the same time. And we'll also be here on Saturday to, again, have a very heart-to-heart interaction. On behalf of every one of the people who have helped and contributed, Show, who is behind the scene, helping to produce, Ngozika, Mr. Chukuma, Ola, and of course, Dr. Damages himself. Thank you so much, all of you. You all played
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jago, greet your king.
Thank you, my brother. Always well with you for the sake of our country. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. All right.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank all those who supported us. This is my sister. She's been so Oriako Tokpe. Thank you so much. We really enjoy your contributions and all your support for this channel. We also thank you, Alexander Gomez. Thank you. Thank you. You have been a very long supporter of this channel. Thank you again, Alexander Gomez. Thank you, Oscar Blackbone. Thank you, my dear brother. I beg, find time to be with us next week. Even if you have to be candid, your phone on the pocket, carry it so we'll see your face. Thank you so much. Oscar Black Bones again. Thank you, Black Bones. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a long day, I must say. We're not going to have a second broadcast today because, again, like I said, I'm the only one in the station. Forefather is unavoidably absent this week, but I'm sure by next week he'll be fully in the house and we'll have a discussion. For those who do not understand why we hold this discussion every day, we're not holding because we want to form a political party. We're not holding because we have a better understanding than yourself, but we're only holding to bring issues to the fore for discussion. We're only holding because we know that the more we talk, the less we can, use our hands to fight or to war. So Nigeria is in such a place where we will all need to rub minds together to get the government going in the right direction. We're not here to bring down the government or any other, but we're here to say, government, if you are hearing us, some of these suggestions can help you build a better nation and move forward in what you have planned to do. We're not here to say, APC must lose election. We're saying to APC, if you really want to be the government of the people and do what the people want, the people they are the bride. It's not you. And so Nigerians are suffering. Hunger is beating everybody. Insecurity is everywhere. It's not time for a president to say all is fair. All cannot be fair. All will never be fair because the end does not justify the means. Rather, it is the process that justifies what gets at the end. A good process will always bring a good conclusion. There is an advertisement that used to be done by one certain company so many years ago, and I'll try to formulate it in the way that I understand. He says, Yoshina, yo kange. Good thinking, good product. If you don't think in a proper way, how will you bring out good product? And so we are saying to those who have decided to come into public space, to take public office on behalf of the Nigerian people, do what you are supposed to do. Where you lack ideas, nothing that stops you from calling for technocrats to sit down and craft for you a well-arranged and visioned out plan to bring about development in your community and in your country. We are saying the same thing of APC. Nothing is wrong if you decide to call a conference of Nigerian technocrats and say, how do we go about this? How do we go about that? Don't give us fire brigade approach. This knee-jerk approach has never helped anybody in Nigeria, and you are not going to be the one to change that trajectory. Help us to help you. Let the Nigerian people be your focal point, not the private jets, not the escalates, not the sirens, not the police guards, not the millions of dollars that is paid to you in extra code. It is the welfare of the Nigerian people. It's the welfare of the people of Nigeria, the children of Nigeria. It's the welfare of the youths that should be paramount. Because like people used to say to us when we are young, children are the future. But we have become men today and we're still not in the future. People are still there. When shall the children now be the future? Consider what you should change in your approach and truly make the Nigerian children, the Nigerian youth, the future of Nigeria. Because whether you like it or not, a time is coming when none of you will be able to do what you are doing now. On that faithful note, on behalf of Dr. Damages and all the crew in 90 Minutes Africa, we say thank you so much, and may the Lord bless you and take you through the next week until we see you next Sunday. Have a good night.
Everyone,